Good morning, everybody. Well, this is Mayor Stewart, and I'm calling the special meeting of the City Council to order and stating that all members are present. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone here for providing feedback. And sorry, I laugh because the majority of people here are the staff who have been working so hard on the budget. So, but anyone who's watching as well, thank you for everyone who's provided input during either our survey or the community forum or the many emails or phone calls, etc. Thank you very much. This is what helps us shape our major city goals and our 23-25 financial plan. So as this is a special meeting, we will not be accepting public comment on items not on the agenda. We will only be accepting public comment at the end today at approximately 2 p.m., hopefully earlier. And if you would like to provide a public comment, please give a speaker card to our city clerk. And with that, Michelle, would you please, or sorry, Councilmember Schorfman, would you please do the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. All right. So I believe Ms. Curley, will you be starting us off with the budget plan? Derek is. All right, City Manager. Looking for my script details. It doesn't say that. Sorry.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. First off, thanks to the council, to the community and staff for giving us your Saturday morning. We know this is quite a journey to get us to a financial plan. It requires a lot of investment, and ultimately this process is one where we build layers over time, and then we build a foundation and understanding, have conversations with our community, but ultimately we hope yields some strategic budget direction for the next 2 years. And so we've done a lot of great things over the last 20 plus years, having, I think, a strategic lens. And so, today, we'll be encouraging the council and the community to kind of take that long view. We want to really kind of, I think, look into the horizon. And if we're unhappy, unsatisfied with the business as usual or the trends that are happening, then what can we do to bend the arc and go in a different direction? How can we bend the trends that are not consistent with where we want to take our community? As we know, in the 21st century, there are a lot of unknown unknowns. We've been confronted that quite a lot with pandemics, social change, fires, floods. And I think, we've been hearing about this trend for quite some time, right? We've known that the silver tsunami was going to happen one day. We would have record level retirements, and we're here. We're seeing that turnover in organizations. We knew, because the scientists told us, that one day that we would see the ravages of climate change, and we're here. And so now we have to adapt to that world. So I would ask today for the council to really think about, as it develops its strategic goals, that your staff, the men, women in this community, are going to be, and I would suggest to the council, prioritizing storm recovery. I know I perhaps sound like a broken record from the pandemic, but we've got a lot of work on storm recovery. We'll be giving periodic updates, but that's going to require a lot of investment by our community. And we didn't know, on January 1st that we were going to have $7 to $9 million of unanticipated costs. We were prepared, we planned, we set aside emergency reserves, and now that we know that this has happened, we need to make some adjustments. I'd also just remind the council and the community that we had a really strong recovery from COVID-19. We don't think that those trends will continue. Having just come back from the city managers conference in San Diego last night, that continues to be the forecast by economists, is that we're going to see a flattening, not a recession, but a flattening. And so, the double-digit return and increase of revenues that was associated to some extent with an overheated economy, we're not going to see that continue into the future. We know that we'll still see some reverberations from COVID. We don't know what those will be like. And so, as we on that journey up and down COVID mountain, well, we hope that we're off it, but We don't know where the twists and turns will take us. But I can't, emphasize that we're in a really good position budget wise, and so we've got the ability to make some decisions, to do things that are important to our community, to do things that we've planned. We've got a plan for a lot of things in this city. Climate action. You just looked at a homeless strategic plan. You will have a DEI strategic plan. You will have an updated economic development strategic plan. You have a really well thought out general plan. And all those have commitments and follow-on actions that I would encourage the council to countenance as you think about your strategic goals for the next couple of years. And lastly, this is a refrain that you've heard for many years. I can't say that I coined it, but it was something that your former finance director, Bill Statler, and I think Ken Hampion used to communicate to the council, which is, we can do anything. You've got some talent here in this pool. We just can't do everything. And so we want the council to be discerning and focused in its strategic goals, because ultimately we think that will yield the highest outcomes based upon the allocation of your resources and priorities. And so with that, we're here to listen today. We look forward to hearing from all of you and what you decide ultimately are the strategic priorities for the next couple of years. And we look forward to a few hours of engaging conversation.
Thank you very much. Are we moving forward to Hans or Summer? Thank you.
Sure. Sorry. As I think you all know, sometimes I'm not quite queued up on the next pieces I'm supposed to talk about, but this is something you've seen before. I probably don't need to rehash this. We have, there's a lot of continuity in our financial major city goals. And we think that played out ultimately if you went back and looked at the community input, the council candidate goals, and you looked at the surveys, you would find that there are common threads, I would argue, even going back to 2015, 17. And so we're excited that those threads continue through. You've seen this color-coded chart. I don't need to belabor it. It really shows ultimately that there is that continuity. I just want to remind the council that there has been ample opportunity, and today is your time to talk. And you can see that you've gotten a lot of input, and it's been a mountain of input. We've tried our best to try to distill it down into something meaningful and actionable, from community priorities to, of course, the community forum, the advisory body recommendations, quite focused. And those are some folks that really are on the ground doing a lot of the work on behalf of the community. And then we have the survey itself. And we've heard from literally thousands of people that have gone into today's conversation will ultimately lead into the major city goals. So thanks, Summer, for that cue. And I think with that, I turn it over to you.
On? Yeah. Okay. Hi. Good morning. How are you today? It's good to be with you. I am going to be moving around quite a bit as we chat. I'll be up, I'll be there. So you'll just have to it's a Where's Waldo game here this morning. I want to thank the council for being here today. This is on a Saturday. This is a big ask to dive into the details of what we're doing in goal setting and really tossling around with what are some of the things that where you want to spend resources and time, staff time, and what you may need to defer or determine a different path on. So it's a massive commitment. And I want to say thanks to the staff that's here as well for doing this. And of course, the community members that have taken their time to be here today. It's a really awesome thing that we get to do as members of this society, that we get to have these conversations and determine how do we want to spend our time and resources. So today, I'm going to give you a little bit of a flow of what we're going to do in the day so you can get a feel for what to expect. We may adjust a bit, right, depending on how quickly we move through some things. The agenda, the rough sketch here, as we started with a welcome from the mayor and then the city manager, I'm going to give you this flow of the day, and then we're going to dive right into the goal statements for fiscal year 23-25. What we've done, just for the benefit of context for everyone here and those might be listening at home, we asked the council to do a little bit of pre-work based upon all of the things that City Manager Johnson was mentioning from the Community Priorities Survey, Advisory Board recommendations, the entire year worth of public comment that you've been hearing, certainly the implications of the storm recovery and some of those dynamics, and then the Community Priorities Survey with informing the community forum. So all that information into account, we then invited the council members to revisit the 21-23 major city goals and to provide any input around what they thought might need to be edited, tweaked, added. And so I've taken that information, synthesized it, and analyzed it to recommend back a potential draft of some goal statements, which is similar to what we did a couple years ago. And so my hope today is that that's a starting point for us to have dialogue around what's missing in that, what really works and fits. The beauty of what you're going to see as we go through this is there's been some real consistency, I think, in continuing on. The community has shared with us they want to see continued commitment to these key areas. We'll talk a bit more about that in a moment, but that's what we'll start the conversation on. Then we'll shift into, and I will be kind of live editing, so you can be seeing live what we're landing on. And then we'll shift into, within each of those major city goals, what are some of the items that you'd like to see continued on, activity to continue on, and resources continue to be focused in that area? And if anything, what do you want to see added or attention shifted, and what potentially are trade-offs to that happening? So then we'll dive into that component of the conversation. We'll take a break in there right around noon. So depending on where we are in that, kind of looking at the specific items within the major city goals. And then we'll have some continued discussion from Tuesday's meeting on the fiscal year 22-23 mid-year budget reviews. There were some continued items requested at Tuesday's session that will be picked up here this afternoon. We'll have public comment and then close out with some next steps. Before I dive into the goal statements, though, we would like to have Hans come up and give you a little bit of a backdrop, a reminder of the context of what we heard in the Community Priorities Survey, as well as the community forum that we had just phenomenal attendance and input provided in both of those platforms to help kind of guide the context of our conversation. Hans, you are up.
Excellent. Thank you, Council, for having me. I'm first going to start out with the Community Priorities Survey results. I would like to remind you that about 30% of all respondents to the survey said keep our major city goals the same. And then when people went through the ranking exercise or said what they wanted our major cities goals to be, they basically said, we want our major city goals to stay the same. You look at the list, it's pretty much what our major city goals already are. We've synthesized this for you to look at. The top 5 were homelessness, infrastructure, open space, downtown vitality, and housing, which I think are all currently within our major city goals. So just something to be consistent, but the general survey results felt consistent with what we had already seen in our major city goals. I'm not going to go through the rankings for you. You've had time to go through that on Slido. I'd like to also make sure that you're aware that as we did each of these stations, so for example, on climate action, we had 128 people participate in the individual ranking exercise here. Only about 30% participated in the other idea station. So the vast majority was in.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 minute. Is it possible to get the slide to be a little bit bigger? Okay, thank you so much.
So consistently across all the stations, about 30% of respondents did the other ideas, where the vast majority did the ranking procedure that we put together. For example, on the climate action and open space station, we had a few respondents who said they wanted the city to continue to procure more open space, focus on historical resources, such as La Loma. That was a very common theme. And then provide support for infrastructure at City Farm. So looking at that that was a general theme in the other comments area. But again, vast majority of people participate in this portion, not the other comments section. Looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion, we had 97 people participate in the ranking exercise, about 18 who did the other ideas section, and their major themes were housing affordability, focusing on arts and culture, city provide inclusive programming, and multilingual outreach efforts. So these were the major themes for that section. Looking at economic development and downtown vitality, I'll let Teresa do her thing. We had 111 participate in that section on the ranking exercise. Again, about a third participated in the other ideas. Their major themes were prioritizing the arts, downtown pedestrian plazas walkability, safety and cleanliness downtown, support for local businesses, and address downtown vacancies. Looking over at emergency response, this was a station that we had as a result of some of concerns about the community following flood response. The only major theme that came out of this station was the hillside on Pismo and Morrow and addressing that potential for safety there. So there were a few people who responded to that, but there was no major, that was the only major theme on that station and not much participation. Looking at homelessness, the major themes here provide transitional housing and care, cheaper, affordable housing for homeless and invisible homeless living in hotels, and clean up trash from creek encampment. So similar themes. I'm sure you saw all this as you were looking through all the results from the Slido. There we go. Moving on to housing. Our major themes here was individuals wanting rent control, creating a bigger mix of housing opportunities to try to meet all the needs in the community, developing more affordable housing, creating a down payment assistance program, so making it easier for individuals who want to buy a home but can't, and making sure that all construction had adequate parking. Looking at our infrastructure and multimodal transportation, got a lot of individuals saying they want the city to improve pedestrian and bike infrastructure, improve mass transit, and build and improve existing parks. So build new parks, improve existing parks. And then looking at the local revenue measure, this is a station where we didn't have an other option because it's something that is already written in code in the law that created the local revenue measure, but we asked individuals to come through and rank some of the priorities and that were in the local revenue measure. And they identified homelessness, open space, safe and clean public spaces, and street maintenance and transportation as their key priorities for how we should use those funds. And with that, I'll turn it back to Summer, and she's going to go over what the major city goal is and begin the process of crafting a major city goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this back on? Yeah. I wanted to, thank you, as we move into now some draft goal statements for the major city goals, I wanted to bring us back. Did it go backwards? There it goes. I wanted to just remind us of what the intention is behind the major city goals. The ideal with major city goal is something that we're bringing forward that it's the most important, the highest priority elements that you really want to see resources dedicated to. And that can be, you can determine what you think are the right things in that. Obviously, as we've been seeing in the data, it's showing us what the community is saying is there's an appreciation for continuing on the major city goals that you have identified. There may need to be some tweaks within those, right, where the focus really is within those goals. But These are meant to be things that you're hearing from the community are really key priorities and that we want to invest time and energy and resource towards those. Those inform then the 2-year financial plan that gets set forth, built by the staff, and then the work plans that come on as part of that. There's also the commitment that you look at this in a progressive way, right? As you're looking at it over time to see, are we making movement on those areas? Where do we need to make adjustments as we go? I loved when I was listening in on Tuesday's meeting that you had where you all were preparing for today and looking at the mid-year budget review. I thought, Councilmember Pease, you said it really nicely when you were commenting that it's really fantastic to be seeing how these work plans are coming to fruition, right? You sit here 2 years ago and you're identifying these major city goals and you're thinking through, you're brainstorming what are the things that we could do to really have an impact, to really move the dial on those things. And then to fast forward 2 years or 18 months and see, wow, we really are making progress in those areas. And progress sometimes is a little bit slower in some areas than other areas, right? We were talking about some of the staffing challenges with some of those areas, storms, right? Those things delay things. But to the conversation you have today really does set clarity for staff about here's where we want you to spend the time and attention, right? And so that's not to overstate the importance of today's conversation, but it really is the opportunity, as City Manager Johnson said, to take all this input that you've been hearing from the community and then set direction for staff to really move on. This is also inherently a very messy process. So I like to say that up front because for some of us, that is super uncomfortable to be at this messy in the middle space, to be in a little bit of this ambiguous space where we're saying, these are important things we want to see, and we think we have enough resource to make that happen, but we're not 100% certain, right? We still need to kind of figure out what we can do or where we might be able to adjust resources or do some cost savings in order to make those things happen. So I just want to remind us of that because today there could be some exchange where we have to say, hey, let's get more information there, or staff may need to be able to come up and comment on, is that possible? Is that part of what we're planning to do? And so if it does feel messy, it should feel messy. That's part of what makes this process good and important, right? That we really tussle with those things. I also just wanted to remind you of this. This was in your packet as a reminder, but you have this lovely vision statement as a city council. But what even more importantly, I think, is these actions that you've committed to and how you will do this planning. So having these very candid conversations, that you're really participating and actively listening to what each other is saying and what we've heard from the community, that we really allow for those differences to exist, and we come to try to find a way that we can come to find a resolution or make sure we can fit in as much as possible to accomplish as much as we can. I think you've done a really fantastic job of engaging the public up until this point, and there'll be more opportunity at around 2 o'clock for that to happen as well. Making this process obviously transparent. And so you're going to see as we go through some of the items to be added, we have all of that input really listed here for you to be able to make a very robust decision on how we move forward on things. I'm not going to go over these, once things are committed and then once we implement, but I think these are also lovely elements to your process that you have clarity once we've said this is the plan, right? This is how you revisit it and you make sure that the public knows what the focus is of what you're going to be spending time and attention on. So I just wanted to have that as a backdrop for us. As you have done in the past, if there's anything that we start to go down kind of a rabbit hole today, I may pull out the bike rack and say, not literally, but to say, hey, let's put that on the bike rack. Let's have a follow-on conversation to that in another forum. And so that is potentially an opportunity so we can make sure we're making movement on this. This is obviously a critical part of the process to get to the financial plan. So we also want to be very sure we get through the goals and setting that direction for staff so we can keep moving on getting the budget actually built. So here is, before we dive into the first goal statement draft, I wanted to share with you some overall notes that or overall reactions to some of the pre-work that you all did. There were a few things that I pulled out as I was synthesizing that information that I think it was important for you all to have before we dive into each goal individually. So here's just a few things to take into account. There was no request to add a new or distinct major city goal, which I think is in alignment with what we just heard Hans present, but also what is in your packet as far as what the community has been saying in both the priority survey as well as the forum. Within those major city goals, there might be a shift in focus or resource, but that there was not a request to add a specific additional goal. The other thing that was, I think, pretty prevalent in the pre-work was to acknowledge that the economic recovery, specifically the word recovery or the reference to the COVID pandemic, is less relevant today than it was when you were designing the goal statements for, the council at the time was designing the goal statements for 21-23. So you're going to see as I've taken a trial at drafting these goal statements for us to have a starting point on, you'll see that some of that language has been removed for that reason. The third piece was there was some mention to potentially weave in either some language around cultural vitality or community vitality to that economic development, major city goal, fiscal sustainability, that goal that we have listed there. So you'll see that adjustment as well. There was some, and I'll say more specifically about this when we get to this one, but there was some mention of potentially separating out the housing and homelessness major city goal, as opposed to that being one goal, to make those potentially two distinct goals. So we'll talk about that and the merits of that when we get to that element. And then kind of in a nutshell, that there really was a focus on refining the goal language to really fit with where we are now, that there's an evolving nature and of where the major city goals have been from where they were in 21-23 when you were setting this framing to where we are now. And so to take that into account in the language that's listed there, and that we are really continuing, there's certainly a desire to continue to make progress in those areas that are still relevant, doing that also in a very fiscally sound way, considering all of the backdrop of storm recovery and things that we've already been hearing about. And I think you all clearly are demonstrating your awareness of that. I think in your decision on Tuesday to defer the conversation about some of the other funding elements until you had this broader conversation. So I just wanted to highlight that was certainly something that there was some commonality in the pre-work. So the first major city goal that we want to take a look at is currently the one that is labeled Economic Recovery, Resiliency, and Fiscal Sustainability. You'll see some in each of these goals. I have listed first what is the 21-23 goal currently stated. That's what's at the top with the little icon. And then I'm going to highlight for you some of the pre-work notes specific to that goal, just to take into consideration. And then I will share with you a draft goal statement that I and I alone drafted for you. And this is based upon information that you all shared in your pre-work and taking a go from what we already had in the 21-23 goal statement. So you may see some of your exact wording in there. These are not intended to be a must adopt as they are, right? There's an opportunity in just a minute. I will sit at the table and actually pull up that document so we can make live edits as you would like. So the intention here is we take these one at a time. And as we get through each of the drafting of the goal statements, then we'll shift into the specific items within each of those. So some of the pre-work notes here, I'd mentioned this previously, that there was some request to remove that recovery language from the title and also and from the actual goal statement and the reference to the COVID pandemic at this point. And that this was also the area where there was some request to add in some language around community or cultural vitality. Both of those phrases were used. And really the sentiment behind that was to underscore the importance of arts and culture, the preservation of historic structures that make the city unique, and the ever-evolving both long-term residents as well as new residents' needs and expectations of being in this community. So that was really the essence of what I was trying to pull together based upon what I think we've been hearing in the community priority survey at the forum and then with the pre-work that you all had shared. So the draft goal statement, you will notice this one actually on the left has a change in title potentially. So it would become economic resiliency, community vitality or cultural vitality, and fiscal sustainability. And the draft goal statement there is actually more than one sentence because it would have been the run-on sentence of the awards if we had put it into one. is in collaboration with local partners, implement initiatives that reinforce a thriving and sustainable local economy, support a vibrant community, and create fiscally responsible and sustainable city operations. This includes supporting local businesses and the local workforce, arts and cultural activities, parks and open space, and downtown vitality, as well as investing in city infrastructure, paying down pension liabilities, ensuring sufficient reserves, and practicing other measures that promote the city's overall financial health. And you have that document in front of you, so you can be referring to and making notes as we go through this. So I'd like to, at this point, I'm going to sit at the table here to pull up the document if we want to take live edits to this, that we can start to deliberate a bit on what you feel like if this represents this goal and what you'd like to see this represent, or if there's things you feel like need to be added or deleted from it.
So we were just talking really quickly, Vice Mayor and I, about kind of the next process as to how do we give you input and how do we chat with each other about this. So I think if my colleagues have an interest in responding to this draft right now, that would be go ahead and put your number on. And then as we get close to ending each major city goal, then kind of we'll touch base with each and every single one of us and make sure that we are in alignment with where we're at. So next I have Vice Mayor Marks. Oh. Okay. We're going to swap that.
Oh, my short.
I was wondering about that.
It'll be a race.
Okay, so I have Councilmember Pease would like to start.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And so we're commenting, potentially
On this
editing
one.
at this one. So I guess I would just want to open with how excited I am to be here today. It feels like saying to City Manager Johnson, it feels like graduation or something. Like we've built up, so much, and I'm so thrilled and honored to be working with my colleagues up here at the dais and our amazing staff and the community who's participated with authenticity. So it's just, it's wonderful. And to have already just a lot of consensus. So in some ways, I feel like, we're just so much ahead of where we might have been at this point. So thank you collectively to all of us for having some clarity in that process. And thank you, Summer, for putting all this together. So my main concern about this first goal is that it's massive, right? I'm not sure that it's particularly helpful to staff to mash everything together, because it feels like do everything that cities could be doing that would make it a better place. It's like, well, yeah, that's what we're trying to do. So in some ways, I'm totally fine with the language as it is. And then as we get into the weeds, maybe that's the time to say, okay, but this thing over that thing. And maybe I'll just, maybe I'll just leave my comments, because I'm less concerned about the wording of the actual goal as being able to do that discernment that we can't do everything. And so perhaps that's better kind of when we get to the work plan stage, and we'll see what else the colleagues. Otherwise, I might even just, put a period after the first sentence and call it and take off all that other stuff, and maybe there's a little bit of tweaking, but just to give us a little more flexibility within the goal itself.
Thank you. That's similar to my thoughts on that of like we're putting an and after right before support and then putting a period after community and the rest of that goes into the work plan conversation. But Council Member Francis.
Thank you so much. Just same thing that Councilmember Pease said about just how excited I am about being a part of this process and all of the hard work that everybody has put in up to this point. And also just really exciting to see some of the nuanced changes in the language. It feels like we're kind of getting at some stuff that I think we've wanted to get at for a long time in the community. So it's just really cool. One thing that I wrestled with in the process, and I don't think it actually ended up making it into my recommendations, and so I was just going to throw out, if you maybe want to discuss it now, is whether or not we have this beautiful DEI goal that stands alone. But I noticed that a lot of our other goals don't necessarily include that language. And while I think it's really important that we have a standalone DEI goal, I also think that it's important that we don't look at it as something that's sort of separate from everything else that we're doing. And so I was wondering how we felt about maybe adding in that first sentence, because I'm open to the idea of maybe cutting everything else for the work plan, but where it says a thriving and sustainable local economy, support a diverse, inclusive and vibrant community there, just so that we're sort of acknowledging that part of our economic goals and our resiliency really is dependent on achieving the DEI goals as well. I'm just put that out there, and I can let the next person speak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, I want to echo what everyone else has already said. This is a great moment, and I really appreciate how much work has gone into this by everyone, including our consultant here today. I did want to say that during the forum, which was very well organized, very well attended, that was another exciting moment. But when I looked at this major city goal and the bullet points that were pulled out, what's the matter? Okay. What was missed was even though it was what?
Your microphone's just not working.
It isn't. Oh. Testing. Can you guys hear me? Yay. Okay, going back to what I was saying earlier, the forum was great, the community forum. But when I looked at the bullet points that were called out for people to comment on, what was missing was arts and culture. And I feel that that's very important. I do think it would be good to bump it up in terms of the actual title of the proposed city goal that we're talking about here. And I'll tell you why. When I look at these goals, when we're cramming them together, which I appreciate what Councilmember Pease was saying, what I'm always looking at is a nexus. What's the nexus that holds all of these different diverse elements together. And to me, the arts and culture need to be bumped up in terms of our priorities. They're in there, excuse me, and we certainly have been supporting the arts and culture anyway, even though the community forum didn't call it out as a specific thing. So we couldn't quantify how important that was to people in general. But I think we need to recognize, excuse me, as we are adding more and more residents to our city, there is something happening, which is we need to be a welcoming city. We need to be an inclusive city. We need to, in some way, but at the same time, not lose our sense of who we are as a city and not lose our sense of place, our cultural identity, and the slow way of doing things, which people put on their license plates. I mean, everybody loves it, right? But it might be possible by adding so many new people at once that we kind of lose our way. And I feel that the arts, public art, theater, all of the different events that happen in Mission Plaza that are free, and then our cultural heritage, our historical structures, and for me, including the adobe. So I see that as part of the economic vitality, and I had called it economic and cultural vitality. I put childcare in there as an option because to me that's part of the economic vitality. I mean, one thing that COVID sure taught us is that when push comes to shove, most of the people staying home and taking care of children were women. And as we're coming out of COVID, hopefully, the need for women to be able to go back to work is dependent on childcare. So to me, there is a nexus there. And fiscal responsibility is something that we all agree on. And also our residents are really adamant that we're not to waste a penny. So I appreciate that. So I'll just stop right there. I think including parks and open space doesn't make sense in the proposed draft because we have a whole nother major city goal, climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation that to me includes open space and parks and like that. And I think it's good to separate it out because it's a whole different angle to the well-being of the city. So I'll just stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, I'd like to start out by echoing my colleagues on all of the work that has been put into this and all of the folks that are here today. You all are going to make all this happen, and I so appreciate every single one of you sitting out there, especially on a Saturday. And Summer, you did, when I first looked at these pages and pages that you consolidated from our worksheets, I was like, oh, I don't really want that job of trying to consolidate this down. Oh, wait, I have to do that on Saturday. But you did a really, really good job. I mean, I think we are tweaking around the edges here. I think all of the things that we're probably talking about are maybe adding words and wordsmithing a little bit, maybe moving some concepts around between goals, but we could also just walk away, especially with this first one, we could just walk away and be done pretty much like it is, and it would be great. With that said, I'll give a couple of comments about, based on what some of my colleagues have said, but also on what I was thinking when I first saw them. I was originally proposing in my worksheet that to me, this was about mostly about economics and about economic actions and activities. And so I was one of the ones that proposed reducing it down to economic resiliency and fiscal sustainability. I'm open to the idea of adding a cultural element in there. I also wonder As Councilmember Francis said, we have this beautiful next priority of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. To me, there's a sort of a nexus between cultural vitality and DEI also. So I feel like it could be pulled out and gone there. The phrase community vitality is just a little bit vague. So I would tend to gravitate more towards cultural vitality. And I agree with what Councilmember Marks said about moving parks and open space, maybe something else, even though that's part of infrastructure. And this goal is a little bit about infrastructure too. I feel like it fits better with the other area that we'll talk about later. I also, the idea that Councilmember Pease brought up about just shortening the first phrase to the first sentence, to the goal language, the first sentence, and then maybe having some sub bullets or something that sort of define what falls within that makes sense to me. And then I would have supported, or I will support, adding childcare in there as kind of one of the categories that without childcare, we can't have economic vitality or resiliency in our world today. So I think that childcare doesn't necessarily need to be in the goal language, but I feel like it's an important part of where we've been going and what we've been looking at and what our economy needs, and that our residents have told us that there are big issues with here. So, excuse me. So that's kind of my main thoughts on that goal.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all my colleagues. I very much echo a lot of what you've said. I am so thankful for all the staff and yes, the community, but the staff is actually putting this together and doing this for our community. So thank you. I agree. And partially, I could just walk away from this because this is amazing. I'm so thankful on a Saturday morning that we're not trying to compile all these things together. So thank you, Summer. I kind of was kidding earlier, but the more that I hear you all, the more that I'm actually more serious about ending with that first sentence. So my thought was originally economic vitality with fiscal sustainability. But the more that I think about it, the fiscal sustainability is really more a part of almost the work plan, for lack of a better word, because it's about our unfunded pension liability. It's about our fiscal health contingency plan. It's about our fiscal health responsibility plan. It's the things that happen from staff to make sure that we have the money we need to have to do what we do, as well as the reserves for things like recovery. So I think that I would actually be okay with economic vitality or economic resiliency and vitality, because there is a part of bouncing back recovery aspect that apparently will keep happening for the rest of our lives. Things that we thought we would never have to go through seem to be happening on a regular basis now. So I also agree very much with the childcare. Without the childcare, we don't have the dual income families that are here because someone has to stay home. And we also see that financially in our community, cost of living is one of the worst in, quite honestly, California and the nation. So knowing that we have to do something about childcare, I'm not saying that we have to actually provide all of the childcare, so I want to be clear about that, but in collaboration with our partners is the key part right there. I hear you to a point, Councilmember Francis, as far as the DEI. One of the things that I tried to do with all of my goals was to include an aspect of DEI and an aspect of please go find the money in every single thing I did. And so I think that including DEI through everything is fabulous. I disagree with the beginning part, which is we kind of got this DEI thing taken care of, and that I don't think is the case. Okay, thank you. When I read that, I was like, no, I don't think so. So that was my concern with, I don't want to see DEI taken away as one of the main goals. So, okay, cool. Just making sure we're on the same page with that. And the cultural aspect, I appreciate that, Vice Mayor, and I agree. I think that is very important to include in our main goals. And I do also agree, Councilor Schwartzman, with actually including that in the DEI, because it seems as though that we are reflecting a lot of things that we don't have here through arts at this time, and through culture by understanding each other's cultures and each other's traditions. So that I think is a good way to start continuing to build on what we've been doing so far. That's just my thought. I'm not against it being an economic vitality, but I think kind of all of the items that say and create fiscally responsible, et cetera, on that first goal is what is expected to run a city. And I think we have clearly said from the dais numerous times how much we appreciate staff and know that this is what you do. And this is part of the many plans. I've opened some of them on my laptop so I'd have them ready to talk about. But the reality is that we've approved, even the last 4 years, so many plans and updated so many plans of strategy around what we're going to be doing that I don't know that we have to actually identify it all. And if we are identifying it all, then we have to include a lot more. So I don't suggest that. But so in my mind, if we went with where it says, in collaboration with local partners, implement initiatives that reinforce a thriving, sustainable local economy and support a vibrant and resilient community, period, I would be kind of more along those lines. I think that makes those last bits still a little bit too much, but I think that would kind of end it and make it a clear, concise goal, and then we can kind of talk about trade-offs with work plans. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. I think we're zeroing in here. I think that would be great. Economic and cultural vitality is perhaps a name of the goal. I agree that fiscal sustainability is what we do. I think it needed a big emphasis. A couple of sessions ago, one when it was obviously based on recovery, and then before that on that pension pay down, right? That was a huge major work effort that's been accomplished, and now, as I'll use this word a ton today, operationalized. That is what we are already doing. So being able to talk about thriving, sustainable local economy, support a vibrant and resilient community, and then put in, I think, the arts and culture, historic resources, et cetera, would go in there. Inclusive community, if we can fit that in, great. And I did want to chime in that one of the reasons I was, for me, this goal is a lot about, we've done a ton of planning and now let's implement. Let's not reinvent new things, but let's do a really open-eyed, eyes wide open evaluation of all our plans, our CIP in kind of the current cost reality, et cetera. And so that this is investing in businesses, in business and infrastructure that supports our housing. So much of what we'll talk about that is essential for our being a thriving community is going to come back to the housing and the infrastructure that supports that. I have been, and we'll decide when we get there, but about housing and homeless being two goals. And so I will say that I was feeling like maybe we had too many goals and that maybe climate action has been operationalized. And so some of that work would be part of this first goal as far as being operationalized. That's where that kind of parks and open space came in. I don't see consensus for that necessarily. And if we end up with 5 goals, but it's the same work plan, maybe it's not critical, but I wanted to share that I think we're kind of on the edge of that with the climate action that it had, again, a huge effort to get the funding and the resources, and now it's part of what we do and who we are. DEI, hopefully we'll get to that point. It's not there yet, I don't think. So some of that was that where that goal came from. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks for that explanation, clarification. Councilmember Francis.
Absolutely thrilled to hear all this discussion around childcare. I had also proposed that in the work effort. So I think that belongs in that list as we've been talking about, and I would love to make sure we center that. Of course, as Mayor Stewart said, not necessarily with us funding it or heading it, but being really good partners regionally to make sure that we are providing sufficient childcare for our workforce. Also, apologies if my tired brain made it sound like I was trying to cut DEI out. No, I was thinking more in terms of we make sure that we weave it into the language of every single goal in there, just so that it's not a standalone goal that we kind of look at as a separate work plan. It is a part of everything that we're doing, but it remains still a standalone part of our goals because it has to be until it's really operationalized, as you said. So a complete consensus with everything else that you guys have said so far. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think you're absolutely right. The operationalizing of these things makes it possible to implement our wishes and our change, or not wishes, but our changes in the city procedures. City Manager, did you have a question or a comment?
One observation I'd make is that council's been very clear with the careful crafting of the vision statement that it really emphasizes diversity, equity, inclusion. So staff is very clear that all of our work, whether it's core services, operations, and you'll see that coming forward in the public engagement manual, is done through the lens of diversity, equity, inclusion, and other, I think, values that the council has centered. And so just, as you think about that, just remember that's in your vision statement very explicitly. And so there's that cascading effect from the vision down to the goals.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Marks?
Thank you. I wanted to address that idea of including cultural vitality in with diversity, equity, inclusion. That's where I first started when I was thinking about it. But then I thought, I don't want to water down the DEI goal either. Yeah, and I thought, oh, that could be offensive or, not appropriate. So I thought, well, when I look at the effect of public art and the arts in general, and our historical resources, there is an economic aspect to that in that we have to admit tourism is a very important economic driver. And why do people come here? Well, a lot of people come here because they want to see, besides Bubblegum Alley, they want to see maybe the Mission or a play or, attend some kind of concert in the plaza, something like that, the Christmas parade, whatever. So I'm easy with it going either way, but I do feel it needs to be just bumped up. And I wanted to ask staff what the consequences, if this is sort of an abstract question, but what would be the consequences of what has been suggested of stopping at that first sentence? Well, stopping halfway through that first sentence.
City Manager?
I'm not sure what the consequences are of eliminating language about fiscal sustainability and all that. I kind of like having that in there as a self-limiting angle when staff and the public are interpreting these major city goals, so that it's not just aspirational, it's also practical. We always have to look at the costs of what we're doing. So that's my question.
Yeah, I think that's
how important is the actual language of these in terms of how it kind of filters down to the work plans? And you want to go ahead.
And I think that's why I was saying resiliency and vitality, because it's kind of encapturing that as well, versus just saying vitality, let's do fun things. It's the resiliency recovery aspect of it.
Right.
Sorry, City Manager.
That's true.
So I think it's important, but I don't think it needs to be in the goal. I think, brevity is the soul of wit, I think as Shakespeare said. And so I think that there's a piece here that if you stop there, we understand what you mean. I think and Summer's going to talk here next and talk about today's exercise, because we're going to get to, well, what do you mean? Right. And I think to the mayor's point, if we really tried to truly list all what we meant, it would be an exhaustive list, and probably so exhaustive and long that people would lose attention and focus. So we're going to talk about what you mean. And so I'll turn it to Summer.
Yeah, absolutely. And so as you're talking, I've been working to incorporate your messages or your feedback here. I'm just going to share what's going on my screen so that you can get a feel for this. So I have the goal as it stood, and then as you're highlighting, hey, maybe we end at this sentence, or we add in some of this language, or we cut this out. And so I think you're at a point now, it looks like Councilmember Shoresman maybe has one other comment or question. It looks like you could go one of two ways. What I'm hearing is you either keep this as a economic resiliency, cultural vitality, fiscal sustainability, maybe add in a little bit of this language, that first paragraph around a diverse, inclusive, and vibrant community, and then you cut it from there. The work plan, as City Manager Johnson was saying, will really identify, which we're going to get into in a bit here, the details of what really you want to see done in that, which is where some of the childcare components come in and whatnot. The other path, I think, is what is highlighted there, which would be that you move cultural vitality into the DEI goal statement, and then you shorten this to be more of a just around economic resiliency and fiscal sustainability. We have the option to move through each of these goals, kind of these in draft form this way, and then maybe that helps inform as you get through all of them to say, hey, let's dialogue about where all these elements fit, and then at the break, I can kind of clean these up and share back an option to you so that we make sure we get all these pieces covered. We certainly, just from a time perspective, we want to make sure we have time to get into the items to be included in that, because that's really the part that we need to make sure we have clarity for staff on. So just so you can get a feel of, like, process-wise how this is getting filtered in.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you. Actually, one of the things I was going to ask was, so where are we after you've heard all this? So this is good for me to kind of see if I still needed to make my last comment and sort of frame it the way it will be most effective. I was with my comment, and that was really a brainstorm that just happened literally on the dais about including cultural vitality with DEI. It was definitely not meant to water down DEI, although I can see how that might appear. It's just that there seems to be, as the mayor reiterated, a real nexus, at least right now, in our work efforts around DEI, and creating a more welcome, inclusive community is more vital. It just all mixes well together for me. So we can either move it or keep it here. I don't have a super strong opinion about it. Maybe the way that the language is written now, it does seem like it still fits better here. I don't know. I could go either way on that. But I think the really important part, and I'm glad it's still remaining in here, is the opening of that sentence, in collaboration with local partners. That was really important to me as I was delving into this. It was in our last goal. And I think it's really important because we can't do any of this alone. And, things like childcare that we all clearly feel very passionate about, we already do a lot around childcare. So it's really important that we work with others and others who are engaged in that space in this community in order for us to do more, because we've been doing so much. We almost can't do more alone. We need others. So that's a critical piece of the statement that I think needs to stay in there, and I'm glad it still is.
Thank you. I guess at this point, to finalize this, would you like us to give you the A or B, or do you want that later on?
It sounds to me like that we should move on. It sounds like there's a leaning towards the A option at this point, but I think we should probably move into the next goal statement and kind of work through those. And then if you're comfortable with that recommendation, I would clean these up. When we come back from a break, we can then look at them in their entirety to see if that feels okay.
Typically, what we've done in the past, Madam Mayor and Council, is that we've had kind of tentative agreements, like, this looks good, subject to at the very end of the conversation, summarizing what Summer just said. Hey, does this all now match up? Because what we try to do at the very end is, see if, the sum of the parts, or hopefully, create some synergy and energy, because these typically are all, as Jim Collins said, BHAGs, big, hairy, audacious goals. And so we want to make sure that we're leveraging and integrating these pieces. And so that's kind of the roundup that will happen at the last part.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. So let's take a 5-minute break and we'll see you back in a few minutes. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to go ahead and get started and move on to DEI with Summer.
There we go. All right. So our next, and as I mentioned before we took the break, I'm capturing the thoughts and then cleaning them up as we go and be able to look at a full draft with all of your input taken into account. So our next major city goal is around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the just some highlight of some pre-work notes here was really the mention or the acknowledgement from many of the council members about the work on this goal has really been slowed due to the emergencies and some staffing changes. And so really a intentionality to keep this, as I think we've been hearing from you all already this morning, to keep this as a major city goal, although something that you ultimately would like to see woven into all of your operations and whatnot, that this is really an area that you'd like to see additional focus be continued. And so the goal represents that. So it would remain as a major city goal. And the draft language, you'll notice, is not dramatically different from what it has been, but it really is a nod that it's a continuation or a furthering the commitment. So as it currently reads is, further our commitment to making San Luis Obispo a welcoming and inclusive city for all by continuing to develop programs and policies to support diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and advance the recommendations of the DEI task force. Would love to hear any thoughts, comments on this draft goal statement.
I'm just going to say my first initial thought with the all in caps feels weird. I'm just going to say that to everyone here. You can decide that on your own, but that feels like we're trying to highlight a right-wing thing, and I'm not trying to do one way or the other. So that being said, I agree that the majority of this is relatively the same, but it's because we're still working on it. And I do think that we obviously need to keep the word for all, because we're talking about age and abilities and just everything along with race and ethnicity. And that, so DEI is not just race and ethnicity, and I'm very aware of that. I want to make sure that's clear. I also wanted to go back to something I said in the economic vitality, and I mentioned dual income and one person having to stay at home with childcare needs. The really even more devastating is a single parent and having no childcare. So I just want to make sure I said that from the dais, because I know I only said one and just wanted to move on from that. So sorry about that. Okay, moving on to the next person. Did you have more to add, Summer?
No.
Okay. And we have Councilmember Schwarzman.
Thanks. Yeah, I think, again, you did a really good job of consolidating and getting the key points from everything that we had given you. No ownership or opinion whatsoever over all being capitalized. I think it's probably not grammatically correct to have it all capitalized, but for emphasis, I can see why it was done. So perfectly happy to have that removed. The one thing that I think, I'll just say how I had it written. By continuing, so further our commitment to making San Luis Obispo a welcoming and inclusive city for all by continuing to develop programs and policies I think it would be better if it was saying inclusive city for all by continuing to incorporate DEI into all policies and programs, diversity, equity, inclusion, rather than making it seem like it's a thing that we're creating programs and policies to improve. We want to infuse the concepts of DEI and the principles of DEI into everything we do. So that's maybe a subtle, but in my mind, important distinction of incorporating those concepts into all our policies and programs rather than just making programs to fight this thing or improve this thing.
Thank you. Yeah, I could see a combination of that. So I think there are some initiatives that are not created yet that we also have to create. So I love both.
Sorry. And I thought it was also still very important to make sure that we talk about continuing the recommendations of the DEI task force, because as you pointed out, there's a lot of things that we have wanted to do and they just haven't been able to happen yet.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I really like what you've done with this. My only feedback is actually kind of in the spirit of Councilmember Shorsman's feedback. I had added something in, and it's not wordsmithed very well yet, but something along the lines of the programs and policies that promote DEI at all levels of employment and services. And the spirit behind that was that right now it's sort of, again, like Councilmember Shorsman said, feels like something that we're sort of creating versus something that's just a part of our culture and our workplace and something that we actively have to pursue, yes, but it's not just this other little program that we're making and putting over here, right? And that's all my comment on it. We're not going to talk, just to clarify, we're not going to talk about any of the work program stuff yet. Okay, so that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. And I would be fine if there were a way to word it so that it talks about incorporating into policies and programs. But I really feel like we do need to develop and implement programs and policies to support DEI. Maybe we're developing a program policy to incorporate into everything, but I feel like there's some really proactive steps that we can and should take. And I was thinking that we would take off the part about recommendations of the DEI task force because I don't feel it's quite as timely and that there's kind of that fresh review of those. And so I was going to kind of put a period after inclusion that we're, continue to develop and implement programs to support diversity, equity, inclusion, period. But I'm open if we feel like that specific language is helpful.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, I'll just address that issue first. I think that reviewing the recommendations of the DEI task force is really part of the work program. I don't want to eliminate it, but at the same time, I do think we need to look at it with fresh eyes after a couple of years and see, well, where are we and what aspects of what was recommended really still are relevant and what needs to be developed more and maybe what needs to be prioritized less and like that. So I'd like to keep it in there. If we're talking about, I really appreciate what our mayor said about we're not only talking about race and ethnicity in this major city goal, because I do feel, again, going back to the whole thing of welcoming new people, new residents to our city, they'll be of all different kinds of races and ethnicities. And so I don't want to lose the thought of incorporating cultural vitality into this major city goal. So then the question would be, do we call it diversity, equity, inclusion, and cultural vitality? Or how do we actually fit that in? So what I was thinking when I was doing my proposed goals is to encourage and support cultural vitality, since the arts and culture are foundational to the community's mental health and overall well-being, and are especially important to fostering community ties and a sense of belonging as our growing city welcomes new residents. And just speaking from personal experience in my neighborhood, our little San Luis Ranch neighborhood is far more diverse than the neighborhood I've lived in near Cal Poly for over 30 years. We've got people from Vietnam, East India, Taiwan, just an incredible range of ages, ethnicities, and languages. So I don't know, how are we going to fit? Are we going to move cultural vitality to DEI or not? And if we do, how are we going to do it? That's my question.
Thank you. As you mentioned that, I think to me, I'm leaning more towards the cultural aspect being as part of the work plan of DEI, but part of the sentence of the economic and cultural resiliency and vitality major city goal. So that's just my personal thought on that. And I do think it's important to keep the recommendations of the DEI task force in this major city goal. I am hoping that by next in 2025, when this is being discussed again, we don't have to keep that in, but obviously a majority of it is also in the work plan. So it is understandable what you're saying, Councilmember Pease. So I think just for the purpose of the recommendations and the task force that happened, and then to come back and say, well, we didn't get that done, but we're scraping it off the major city goal feels not right. City Manager.
Madam Mayor, if I could ask Nestor to come up and talk a little bit about he's of course, our new DEI manager. And so he's just getting up to speed, and him and I just had a sidebar conversation to share some of his thoughts, because you do have an upcoming strategic plan. And so just to share kind of the framework that he has in mind.
Good morning, this beautiful Saturday. Nestor Velos Pasalacqua, I am the DEI manager. As our wonderful city manager has mentioned, one of the key components of DEI right now, and that is on my office, is the development of the DEI strategic plan and the framework. Looking back at the 90 recommendations of the DEI task force and start implementing that language within the framework. My goal is to have that information over to you in April and make a presentation. Our goal is to make sure that that language is incorporated, and more than anything, to make sure that we continue to reference back to the work that happened and to reflect on the work that we need to continue to do in the future. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
So I'm just not sure if that means that by April, which is in this fiscal cycle, that we'll have already incorporated the DEI task force, or do we want to, is it more helpful to keep that language going forward?
Yeah, great question. So the intent, and Nestor's coming back up, I think the intent is to incorporate as an appendix so that we never lose sight of those recommendations. People spent thousands of hours of our community sharing their thoughts, and how do we interpret and make them actionable over time in a strategic plan? So that's what you're going to see, is by incorporate by reference, and then the tangible actions and to implement those recommendations. And that will all be what we don't want to have happen is a fractured framework around DEI and have the DEI task force recommendations here and a strategic plan over here. And so, as you all know, strategic plans are best served by having them so that they're updated over time. Mm-hmm. So, Esther, I don't know if you want to add to that.
I want to echo city manager's comments on that. The idea is to utilize the DEI task force recommendations, add that as an appendix to the DEI strategic plan and the framework that we're developing, and to ensure to always go back to it for reference. Definitely, I want to echo the idea of being clear where we're heading with that, and making sure that we are developing actionable items, and including working with the DEI committee, the employee committee, to ensure that we continue to further those aspects and to reflect the work that we do with the community. So it is a natural aspect of the DEI, at least in my perspective, to ensure that we continue to have an open communication with the community, and to definitely ensure that we continue to have actions that speak to the needs of the community. So going back to those documents and the DEI framework will help us actually identify the historical component and the importance of that document in the future. Mm-hmm. Any other questions I can answer?
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I had a quick follow-up. I'm sorry, Nestor. I'm sorry. So I guess my question is, based on what you all have just said, does it make it more relevant then for this major city goal to reference the strategic plan rather than the task force? So just changing the language so that all of that is wrapped into the strategic plan, and that's what we reference then in the major city goal. Is that?
That's an excellent question.
Okay.
And my point of reference at this point would be to continue to use the DEI task force
Okay.
as we continue to develop the strategic plan, and we make the presentation in future goals. We can go ahead and change the language to reflect
Okay.
the work that DEI has been doing.
So it's
And
more relevant to keep the task force language in.
Yes, currently, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because the strategic plan is one of the recommendations of the task force. So once those are done, then we can move that out of the major city goals and move forward in the future. That's my personal thought of it, especially as being one of the task force members. Okay, staff. There we go. Summer, thank you.
I just wanted to share where we are landing on the editing of this. I was taking notes, the stuff in red below there on many of the things that you had said. But the highlighted part here would be keeping it as diversity, equity, and inclusion as the title, keeping that cultural vitality component potentially at this point in the economic one that we just talked about. And you'll see that that's in that draft. And so this would say further our commitment to making San Luis Obispo a welcoming and inclusive city for all, lowercase, by continuing to incorporate diversity, equity, and inclusion into all programs and policies and advance the recommendations of the DEI task force.
Great. Thank you very much.
Great.
Any other comments from my colleagues? Council Member Francis.
One piece that I kind of feel like is missing, but maybe it's just not necessary, is just maybe
Can you put that back up? Sorry.
an
Sorry to interrupt.
acknowledgement. That's okay. Of how we got here. Maybe this might be just history teacher in me, just wanting maybe some sort of acknowledgement that it's been sort of an intentional and systemic problem that has brought us to this moment. But maybe it's just too much language, but just something at the beginning, with an acknowledgement that the history of both this community and this nation has created systemic inequality. We want to further our commitment. It's just kind of thinking about it as we're sitting here, and could be convinced it doesn't belong. So just opening quick conversation.
I love that. And I think that in the work plan part, that would make sense, but I don't think it's necessary in this, but that's just my opinion. Vice Mayor Marks?
Yeah, I want to speak up for our present residents as well as people who might move here someday. I really think it's important that if we're going to talk about inclusivity, that we do include our longtime and our present and our future residents. And although the mayor had said this is not just about race and ethnicity, I think it points that way. And I don't want anyone to feel that the city is paying more attention to people who might live here at some point than they are to the residents who actually do live here right now. So I just want to speak up for that perspective. I really support this major city goal. And I think if we're going to put cultural vitality into this major city goal, that will help strengthen the message that we really are talking about for all, and not just a policy that addresses the problems that Councilmember Francis brought up. We need to nurture the city residents who live here right now. They voted for us. We're responsible to them, and I don't want them to in any way feel that they're being left out of this major city goal. This is a goal for everybody, not just certain people. So I want to voice that perspective.
Thank you, Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, definitely a goal for all. I wanted to ask Summer a question about the language that's in red below the highlighted part. Is that just you still kind of putting your notes together? And okay, sort of, in thinking back to our last discussion about the last goal and where cultural vitality sits in this, I'm still a little bit on the fence. So I'll look forward to kind of looking at all of them together and seeing where I hear what the mayor said and what everybody said. And I'm just, it's still a question mark in my mind about where it's most appropriate. So, and obviously the work plan items can follow from that. But I'm definitely still thinking about that, and we'll want to look at them all together to figure out where that best fits, at least in my mind.
Thank you. And I have to say that I don't know if it's necessary. It seems unnecessary, but numerous times I hear people say, "Oh, DEI is just about race and ethnicity." The word equity is about making everybody being able to be equitable. Inclusion is everybody, not one group or another, including the people who live here. I mean, sometimes there is ageism, sometimes there's ableism, sometimes there's, every aspect of people being marginalized we don't want, whether it's on race, ethnicity, or something else. So I don't know why we would need something else to say beyond equity and inclusion. But if that definition needs to be as part of the work plan explanation, then maybe to explain that including is really including all. That's why we said the word all. So, or explaining what marginalized means might be helpful. So I don't know if that is necessary, but I feel like there's always this weird assumption that is put in without a reason. So I believe, Summer, you're next. Yeah.
I wanted to echo that Mayor Stewart, that is why the language of all, that is why I had taken the all caps approach on the all, was to intensify that exact message. As soon as my experience is that as soon as you start calling out certain groups in a goal, you're in a bad place, because inevitably someone will feel left out of that. So it deters from the intentionality of what you're trying to do. I do think, Councilmember Shoresman, to your point, I do want to make sure that we have ample time for you all to really dialogue about the items that are within the goals, so we can set that clarity for staff. And so I think if this feels 85%-ish, okay, then I think we should move to the next one, and then that'll allow us time to talk about the items, and that might inform where does cultural vitality really fit best. Does that feel okay?
Perfect.
Excellent.
Let's move forward.
Let's do it. So our next one, let me just share the screen here, is around housing and homelessness. And this was one I had foreshadowed. There was some discussion in the pre-work, not discussion, there was some outlining in the pre-work. Two council members had specifically noted in the pre-work the desire to separate this goal into two goals. So it would be housing as one goal, homelessness as another goal. There were two additional council members that identified, as you were asked to identify items that you'd like to see in the work plan related to these goals, where the items were actually separated out, which to me was a nod to these are somewhat distinct bodies of work. And then one of those two other council members that's on that second item there was asking actually to discuss the merits of separating those goals. So to me, that felt like there was at least three that were wanting to dialogue about, do we separate housing and homelessness? And so I took the liberty to advance the conversation today to do that, to separate them. Of course, if you choose not to do that, we can mush these back together. The housing one, the way that wording currently is drafted, is to expand housing options for all, continue to facilitate the production of housing, including the necessary supporting infrastructure, with an emphasis on affordable and workforce housing, as well as walkable and bikeable development. And the homelessness goal draft statement is collaborate with local nonprofit partners, non-governmental agencies, the county, the state, and federal governments to advocate for increased funding and implement comprehensive and effective strategies to reduce chronic homelessness. Love to hear your thoughts on these two.
Thank you so much. And I know the city manager's opinion on this. We'll come back to that at the end. But I will say that I was one of the people who really feel that these need to be separate. I have felt that since 2018 when I started this process, and I will keep doing that. And as we see the ways that we are partnering with the county and partnering with the region, I'm seeing very different work efforts of homelessness and housing. And I think that these both continue to be very top of mind issues. When we go back to the housing summer, I would not like to use the word bikeable personally, because I think that roll and stroll aspect doesn't matter which wheels you're using. I think is more inclusive, and I think the walkable is fine. So that's just my initial first thoughts to this. Councilmember Schwarzman.
So I'm probably in the camp of keeping it together, keeping housing and homelessness together. And the main reason for that is, to me, in my mind, and in all of the conversations I had during my campaign, it was all those two conversations were constantly put together. They were constantly linked. And as a city, historically, although we have done a lot in homelessness, and I'm fully supportive of all of the great things that we have done, and want to continue the things that we've done, especially until the collaborations with the county are more solidified and there's more of a systemic approach of collaboration and with the county as the leader. But the main thing that cities do or can make an impact on is the building and the development of housing through the policies and the ways that we can kind of push and pull and control that process. So I think if cities are focused on housing production, our city is focused on housing production, and as a partner with the county on homelessness, I think those two things together will get us to the best result. So that's kind of the main thinking that I have between keeping them together. We can still show how important activities around homelessness are and how we want to continue those, while keeping our focus on what we can do best, which is impact the building of very low, moderate, and missing middle housing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Do I hit it again? Oh, there it is. Yay. Pardon me, we're having a little techno glitch here. I'm also in favor of keeping housing and homelessness together as a major city goal. And let me just speak from experience, like with the Housing Authority. Being able to help the Housing Authority facilitate its tax deferral program, which will then allow the Housing Authority to get the money to build housing for homeless veterans. So we have, I think, 10 or 12 in special units that were built for homeless veterans. Now, we, the city, helped facilitate the Housing Authority, but the veterans that they actually housed were from our city. They were city residents. They were just homeless city residents who were veterans. And so in a way, it's the kind of, there is this housing first philosophy that says like housing is and creating a sense of stability, knowing you have a roof over your head, you're not going to have to scramble around and find a place to sleep. That then opens up space in people's lives and minds, so they can think, oh, well, what do I really want to do with my life? How do I want to go forward? And, so to me, the two of them go together. It's not just housing. We might, and we're looking at the flexible density item coming up on the 21st of February, something like that. Not that I've really delved into it, but I know from experience, just as a real estate attorney for many years following the market, that building a lot of small units is not necessarily going to result in the cost of rent going down or the cost of purchasing such a unit going down. That's just not the way it has worked historically. I haven't seen the basic idea of demand and supply and demand in this particular housing market. The ADUs that are supposed to help address the cost of housing are going for maybe $2,000 a month. So if you look at the reality of what we're talking about, where the city can actually make an impact, as far as I'm concerned, on homelessness is through facilitating housing that is addressed toward that particular population as much as possible, as well as housing for everybody. That's important, but we can't control the market. So anyway, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. Thanks for the comments. I'm of the I'd probably prefer to separate them, but again, I don't think it matters a whole lot as long as the work effort. In all of our goals, there's a certain merging, a fuzzy middle between one and the other, and so is kind of homelessness kind of stop at the transitional housing phase, and but there is a reality that as a city, our job is about housing, to that point. So I see a reasoning to have them blended as well. So I'm fine either way. The only other one that I would mention here is that, again, when I was thinking that maybe climate action, open space, multimodal transportation was maybe moving away from being its own goal, I was thinking that the housing and the transportation, that multimodal transportation is so integrated into our ability to have housing and affordability overall, right? If people can get into housing without parking spaces, it's so much more affordable. And so that was kind of the link there. And again, so is it workforce housing as well as multimodal transportation? But if we are keeping the other major city goal, it doesn't really matter as long as it shows up one place or the other. So those are my thoughts. But this is in the close enough category for me now.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we're talking about shorter range and more often and longer hour buses so that people can live in the housing without parking. I hear what you're saying on that, and I'd be open to that. Council Member Francis.
Thank you. Yeah, I was also someone who wanted to incorporate the language around walkable and bikeable or multimodal or whatever the language is, developments. I think that's really important that's emphasized in the major city goal. I also was one of the people who wanted to talk about the merits of separating the two, but I really understand that by doing that, perhaps what we're doing is putting an emphasis on a task that really is something that we are better served by sharing with all of these other agencies, and perhaps what we're doing is just kind of emphasizing kind of the wrong piece of it if we separate them out. So I'm still wrestling with whether or not they need to be together or separate. I also think that even though housing is kind of the big piece of what we're doing, we're not really addressing any of the other pieces of what we're doing around homelessness in this goal currently. And I don't know how we do that except for in the actual work plan, but the language right now just doesn't feel necessarily reflective of what the city's role in helping our unhoused neighbors is or should be right now. And I don't have an answer. So I'm just going to throw out there that I'm thinking about it, and I'd love to hear what you all have to say.
Yeah, before we go to your city manager, the reason to me too is I very much understand Councilmember Shoresman, Vice Mayor, and the city manager why housing and homeless goes together in the realm of our zoning and what we do. But similar to what has been said numerous times from this dais and in many other places, we don't build the housing. So just as much as we help with that, we don't build it. Just as much as we can help connect people to the services they need, we don't do the homeless services either, right? So I think that's why I see these as two separate things. I also see as the efforts, when we talk about major city goals and priorities, it's about how much work is on our staff's plates. And if we say, we can mush these together, that means we can mush 3 more things together and have another goal. And I think that's not logical. I think the amount of work we have for all of our staff to do is a lot. So if we can focus this, help get those operations aspect with our nonprofit partners, our non-governmental partners, the county, the city and state, it's a lot of effort to do. And so that's where I'm looking at this. I'm also looking at this of, yes, housing first. I totally appreciate that model and agree with that model. And I think that there's also the aspect that sometimes the end of that path for someone at this point in time in their life is not housing. It might be eventually utilizing care court and conservatorship. It might be detox. It might be mental health aspects that aren't going to be the end of housing right now in their life. So I just feel like, and the veterans, your example is perfect, is we help connect people to the services to get them to that house or the service they need. So I see our role right now as we've been leading in mobile crisis unit and community action team, and that is awesome. And we'll keep doing those things for now. But really our role as the connector is what I'm seeing. And so to do that work with the homelessness response manager and the other person's title that I can't think of right now, to do that work, that takes a lot. So that's my thought on it. City manager?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, we will look forward to the direction, whatever direction the council desires. I offer, just the advice that as we think about the goal, is it something that's ambitious yet easy to explain, right? Because that's the challenging part around homelessness is all this, confusion. And talking to Jack Leahy, asking from his experience and trying to leverage that, he said probably where the largest inroads were made is when there was clarity of roles and responsibilities. And when there was muddled roles and responsibilities, it gets confusing for the public, the staff, leadership, when there's not that clarity. So I only offer that as you kind of work through that. I originally pushed the button to talk about I think, Mary, your comment around, was it walkable? Oh no. So yeah, perhaps it's, sustainable, sustainable access, because that gets at transit, it gets at bike, walking. Maybe that's not the right phrase, but I think that's what we're trying to get at. And so that would be inclusive of, curb ramps, bike paths, and so that, I try to shy away from multimodal because I think people lose what that means. It gets a little wonky. So whatever council, again, trying to make it so, you can have a elevator conversation and people know exactly what you mean.
And thank you. I agree on the clear role. So that's where I think just homelessness as a concept would be way too vague. And I appreciate where the county is going as they move forward with their advocacy to the state. And hey, let's make it really clear whose roles are what. I think that's going to be really helpful for us as well. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I was just going to get a little wordsmithy wonky on the walkable, bikeable thing too. I wrote down sustainable transportation. I also wrote down multimodal. So maybe there's just a better word than walkable and bikeable because it doesn't incorporate the mass transit and all the other things that the city manager said. On again, just on the housing and homelessness versus, being one versus the other. I hear all the discussion about it. I think my understanding when I came on the council a year ago is that, we had been leaders in the homelessness area and we were trying things and doing pilot projects and they've all been very successful. And we've been, in a way, filling a void because we had the ability and the resources and the initiative on our council to do so. And so separating it out, I almost think that it makes us seem like we want to continue to lead in that area. Not that I am disappointed or unhappy with any of the directions we've gone in. I'm very supportive of all of them, and I want us to continue them. But I want us to be careful with continuing to stay in a leadership role long term on this instead of being a more collaborative and supportive role as all the other jurisdictions and especially the county get up to speed and take the initiative in this area. So that's another sort of argument, I guess you could say, for not separating them and keeping them together.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marks.
Okay, thank you. Well, Summer, could you possibly put the original major city goal up there besides the one that consolidates both of them? Okay. Thank you. I do think it makes sense to keep them together, and I do think that in the work plan we can crack out the different tasks and initiatives that we want to see staff undertake and emphasize connecting. I'm not sure exactly where to put the language in there, but connecting. Collaborate with local nonprofit partners and the county, state, and federal governments to discover and implement comprehensive and effective strategies to reduce chronic homelessness. And I think that if we put that connectivity language into that major city goal, that would work. I don't support creating a whole new major city goal called homelessness, because I think it sends the wrong message. Like, hey, we're the head honchos around here. We're gonna fix it, right? We are in a supportive and collaborative kind of mode because we just don't have the mandate or the resources to actually take charge of the whole thing. So that's what I want to say. In terms of the walkability and bicycleability, if that's a word, I do think access is what we're talking about. There's probably about around 15 or 20% of our city residents who are of an age that they're not going to be walking very far. They're not going to be bicycling at all. And they're going to need to use mass transit and cars to get their groceries and go to the doctor and stuff like that. So it's true that the median age of the people who live here is something like 26.1 years old, something like that. Maybe it was 29 if my memory serves me right. But that, there's also a sizable portion of our population who are not really able to take advantage of the possibilities to use a bike path or to walk long distances. So I want to ask clarity from the Let's Separate Housing and Homelessness people. Do you want to create a new major city goal or eliminate one of them, or what do you have in mind exactly?
Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
I reluctantly asked to speak because I just said, hey, I think they look great as they are. But as we have this conversation a little bit more, maybe I'll add just one note. One is that our HRC, when they put out in the advisory packet recommendations, homeless prevention and advocacy as a major city goal, continue to support and advocate for long-term, proactive, sustainable programs that address homelessness and focus on transitioning children, families, and individuals out of homelessness into permanent housing. So it kind of puts it out there. So rather than homeless, maybe we need something that talks about homeless prevention and advocacy to clarify what that, what direction it is that we want to take rather than lead on homelessness. And again, I continue to be flexible about together or apart, but one of the reasons that I think that the major city goals are so powerful is because of what we communicate to our community. And what we saw from the surveys is that the community generally supports the goals that we have. And of those who want to do some shifting, addressing homelessness was number one. And so it seems like however we make that happen, our strategic plan and, clarity in our role, et cetera, it really just kind of makes sense. And I agree with you on, is this a new goal? It was always kind of two goals that were mushed together in one. And my proposal was to take out the sustainable or the climate action plan so that we get back to 4 goals. And in fact, initially I was going to do housing, homelessness, and DEI, and figure that everything else is what we do, just like clean water and fire departments. But at this point, that was my approach.
Yeah, I like the HRC housing advocacy and prevention. I think that's a better. Thank you. Homelessness advocacy and prevention. I think that makes more sense that we're not solving it ourselves, but this is such a key issue in our community. I mean, every single person and so many emails surround homelessness in some way, shape, or form in many different avenues or aspects of it. So I think, yes, I agree with you. I think just having homelessness by itself doesn't make any sense, or housing by itself doesn't make any sense either, because we're really looking at expanding housing options for all. That's really our housing, right? That's not just saying the word housing by itself doesn't make any sense either. So that's what I would say. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, just on the notes that Councilmember Pease brought up about advocacy around homelessness prevention, I think, we have our legislative platform revision coming up. I think there might be some language in there around that already, but I think if there's not, it's a great place for us to go. And there are probably lots of efforts happening out there. Well, there were during COVID around homelessness prevention and, assistance with mortgage payments and things like that. So there's a lot of things that have been happening on the state level and could continue to happen. And so maybe some of those elements can be brought into the work plan around advocacy and working with the county on coming up with some action steps around those prevention areas. I think that's a really important point that really isn't covered so far at least in the goal language. Maybe it's implied a little bit just by talking about homelessness and housing together. But I would, love to talk about adding some of that to our later discussion.
Yeah, and I think if we were to kind of reshape, in a sense, the homelessness. Can you send up the other one? Sorry, someone.
Specific to homelessness.
Yes, that one. Yep. I think it's if we were to expand a little bit around the advocacy and prevention part, it would be assist or support in reduction of chronic homelessness and preventing homelessness in collaboration with blah, 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 the rest that's here. So, and then ending with governments. So that's just another way of maybe reshaping it or updating it. Any other comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Francis. Okay, Vice Mayor Martz.
Oh, I'm confused now. So are you saying that you think that the two could be kept together in one if the language addressing homelessness was changed or not? I'm
No,
sorry.
thank you.
I just need to understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm still in housing and homelessness should be separate. And I was just saying in a way of if we were trying to make it more clear what homelessness meant, and if our major city goal was advocacy and prevention of homelessness, then the way to reshape this additional paragraph that goes with it could be in supporting or assisting in the reduction of chronic homelessness and preventing homelessness in collaboration with local nonprofit partners, et cetera, through governments, period. That way it's more of we're supporting, not leading and being the only ones. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, just kind of thinking about if we do keep them separate. The current draft that we have, I liked some of the recommendations you were making about some of the language to add. I also am feeling like a lot of what we do is provide support for those experiencing homelessness, like our CAT, our MCU, those types of things. So I don't know if we want to add some language that sort of clarifies what it is that we actually do provide and are willing to continue to provide and have the capacity to. Yeah, I know that's the work plan, but there isn't any language that sort of expresses that element of the work plan yet in there. But again, willing to kind of discuss that if it doesn't make sense to include it there. Doesn't have to get into the nuances of it, but something along the lines of support for those experiencing homelessness.
Thank you. I hear that. And I think that's where then it starts to shift into doing the work of social services. That is not our work. So that's why I wasn't including that, but I'm not against the concept of what you're saying. Vice Mayor Marks.
There we go. So what about including homelessness with DEI?
No, thank
Well,
you.
I'm against creating a standalone homelessness, and I don't want to eliminate that element from major city goals. So to me, it's either create a new one, which I would oppose, or fold it into something else, or keep it together with housing, which is what I support. So I'm going to stop right there. But you need to think about what we want to do here.
Okay, thank you. I think we're at a stopping part that we move on to the next topic and then we'll come back. Or do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm actually happy to share a potential combined one,
Okay.
which is up here in highlight. This is a little challenging to do on the fly, so please, let it go if there's some typos. So it potentially could be a housing and homelessness combined goal still, and it would incorporate some language elements. So expand housing options for all, continue to facilitate the production of housing, including the necessary supporting infrastructure, with an emphasis on affordable and workforce housing, as well as accessibly connected development. Assist in advocacy and prevention of chronic homelessness by collaborating with local nonprofit partners, non-governmental agencies, the county, the state, and federal governments for increased funding and implementation of comprehensive and effective strategies. You don't hate it. I'm taking that as a win. I like it. Okay. Can we move to our
Oh, I think City
fourth?
Manager Johnson wants to say
I'm sorry.
something.
I just want to be clear, this is something I think the mayor, I appreciate you being sensitive to this, the potential, and maybe I'm overreading this, but assist in the advocacy and prevention. So assist in prevention. So maybe tell me more what that looks like.
Since we're keeping it combined in this part of it, not that I don't have a bias to that, obviously, but with that, assisting in prevention would be as simple as HASLO's affordable housing projects, or if we were to do some sort of connecting or amplifying of state or county assistance programs for mortgage or for rent deposits. I think assisting is assisting, not doing it ourselves. Councilmember Schwarzman.
I won't belabor this, but just we could continue to have it start with collaborate with the different types and levels of government and have a phrase at the end, implementation of comprehensive and effective strategies, including advocacy for the prevention of chronic. We could move it around a little bit too.
Yeah, I agree. The collaboration part is really the key, especially if we're keeping it together. Vice Mayor Marks.
Yeah, maybe instead of prevention, we could say addressing. So assist in advocacy and addressing chronic homelessness. That doesn't say that doesn't pin us down about what we're going to be doing, because preventing homelessness, CAPSLO has got programs that somebody has missed 1 month of rent and they're going to be evicted. And so they've got an emergency fund that CAPSLO has. We haven't gone there, right? But to me, addressing it gives us the flexibility to be as nimble, if you want to use that word, as we wish. It's like, how can we, um, facilitate that glide path from chronic homelessness to more stable housing? And it may not be. It may be supportive housing. It may be going to a nursing home or like that. We don't know what it is. But I don't think that, I think we're setting ourselves up for failure if we talk about preventing specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. This is part of why I get concerned about homelessness getting watered down. We combine these things because addressing is it, FYI, it's over there. I mean, that's all addressing is. It's not actually doing anything to help prevent. And I think we have people in this community who are, couch surfing, and by definition, they are homeless. However, by surveys, they're not showing as homeless. We have people who, as you mentioned earlier, the market is what the market is, and all of a sudden the housing is increased from the rent, and all of a sudden we're going to have a person with their kids on the street because they have no option. So I think there has to be a more active aspect of preventing, which I think can be done through connecting, not necessarily doing the work. And I think it is a challenge. So that's just me personally. Councilmember Francis?
Yeah, Councilmember Shorsman, was I understanding you correctly that you actually wanted to see the word collaborate kind of lead off the entire goal, or you wanted it in the second piece?
No, I think right where it is
Okay.
yeah, is what I meant. And I was also intending, although I hear some discomfort with the word prevention, but I was thinking including advocacy to prevent and reduce chronic homelessness. But that was what my initial vision was. But I also kind of feel like at this point, maybe we should leave this where it is, ruminate on it. And I know once I process things a little bit, I'll look at it clearer in a few minutes and then move on to the next and come back to it.
Great. Agreed. That was kind of my thought. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back for climate, open space, and sustainable transportation. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started again. Thank you so much. So, Summer, would you like to put on the climate action, office space, and sustainable transportation? Yeah, I meant open space. Sorry. I'm picturing a
Now we're
printer
gonna
in
show
my
that
head.
movie.
Yeah, I know.
Awesome. So we are now on to the climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation. Just one note to make here, which I think Councilmember Pease actually highlighted earlier about, is this potentially a major city goal that could be removed because we've really worked to operationalize this work through the climate action plan, and that it's starting to be incorporated into other major city goals. So that was a note to consider. And then the draft here is proactively address the climate crisis through the implementation of the climate action plan to create a more resilient SLO. It could end there, just as a note. Use resources to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, reach carbon neutrality by 2035, and become more resilient with a focus on preservation and enhancement of convenient and equitable alternative and sustainable transportation, preservation of and equitable access to parks and open space, and implementation of the climate adaptation and safety element. It's really an expansion of the current 21-23 goal to identify more of those elements of what you were incorporating. If it were to be, I'm just highlighting this because since this goal was drafted, as we've been having some conversation about, maybe some of those second statement elements are really highlighted in the work plan as just for consideration there.
Thank you. And if we were going to keep this, the climate action plan and resilient should be capitalized like the climate adaptation and safety element is, or not to with the lowercase one, either way.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. And, I think I've said my piece about perhaps eliminating this as a goal to simplify and add focus to our priorities. However, if we are going to keep it, I want to make sure that we are understanding that we're addressing the climate crisis and increasing resiliency, that it's not the outcome to create a more resilient SLO. I feel like the outcome is, I feel like they're two different things, right? I think we need to address climate action. And so the wording would be simple: proactively address the climate crisis and increase resiliency through implementation of the climate action plan. So, thanks.
Yeah, that works. The only reason I was saying about the resilient SLO is because that's what we say in our climate action plan, but I love what you're doing. Vice Mayor Marks. Oh, never mind. Can you change that, Teresa? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have to respectfully disagree. I think we really need to keep this goal. I think it's very important. Climate action, open space, environment, and sustainable transportation. I think they all go together. And I just wanted to say that eliminating open space as a major city goal would really send the wrong message to our community. It's something that is very important to the residents, as all of the surveys have shown. It supports combating climate change by carbon sequestration, and it also supports our wish to have dense development and prevent sprawl. Right now, the federal and the state executive orders are in place called 30 by 30. The idea is that by 2030, that the state of California will conserve at least 30% of its land and coastal waters. Gavin Newsom just issued that executive order. Also, the federal government has come up with the same thing for the whole country, 30 by 30. So in any way to reduce our support for this major city goal, I think would be a big mistake and would send a wrong message to the community. The EPA has come out with a statement that the way we develop our communities has significant impacts on greenhouse gas emissions. And it lists ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Now, one of them is to reuse existing infrastructure and buildings to take advantage of previous investments and the energy already used to create them, but also preserve green space, which can sequester carbon by conserving ecologically valuable land, promoting development in previously, and preventing the development in undeveloped land. So, I feel that that everything in this major city goal is important, and to kind of take it for granted that, oh yeah, we're going to fight climate change. Oh yeah, we're going to implement our climate adaptation and safety element. And oh yeah, we're going to preserve and maintain open space. I think we also need to continue protecting open space. So I don't really, there was a suggestion someplace in the consolidated notes that we should concentrate entirely on our urban development and not on the natural resources that surround the city. In terms of our resources, our budget resources and staffing, I think it would have really negative consequences if we abandon this climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation element. So I'm basically interested in preserving it. And I had suggested support preservation and enhancement of open space and natural areas and implement the community forest plan. I think that's important. That's probably more in the work plan. Okay, and I won't mention getting rid of gas-powered leaf blowers yet. Okay, so I'll stop right now.
Thank you for not mentioning that yet. Councilmember Shorsman.
I generally agree that I think we have enough work to do in this area, and we have put enough emphasis on it that we need to keep it. I think we have a very ambitious climate action plan, thanks to our great staff who have really outlined so many things that we can do. But I think keeping a goal around the things that we think are the highest priority is a good way for us to kind of focus this goal a little bit. Otherwise, it's just implement the climate action plan. That seems really big. So maybe we can, create some emphasis on certain areas like sustainable transportation, open space, whatever. It does that a little bit. I appreciated the proposed language change that I think Councilmember Pease was suggesting. I'll look forward to kind of seeing that actually in writing. I think there's an argument maybe to be made for taking out the reference to the climate adaptation and safety element. I think the big overarching plan is the climate action plan. And while the climate adaptation and safety element is important, I don't think we need to add language around every single plan and element that, into our goals. So I might remove that and just end at preservation of and equitable access to parks and open space. I might also just throw out the idea, because we have such a really good history of preserving and restoring open space and purchasing pieces of open space to add to our portfolio, so to speak, and preserving that space, that we might want to, and maybe it's just in the work plan, but we focus a little bit more on parks for a short period of time. Not that we wouldn't stop with the open space and expansion of open space, but put a little bit more emphasis on parks in the short term, because we know our city is underparked. And I would think that it might be good as we grow to have some sort of, just a policy around how far away any given residence is from a park, a piece of small open space that people can recreate in and have access to. So those are just some of my initial ideas off the top of my head.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you. Very much want to see this remain one of our major city goals. I really liked the edit offered by Councilmember Pease for that first piece of the sentence, and also agree that we can end with a little bit that Councilmember Shoresman cut off at the end, and that's all of my comments.
Thank you. I don't know where parks fits in, and it'll be a good conversation later in the work plans. I do agree that we do need to talk about that somewhere. We have a great blueprint that we passed less than a year ago, I think it was, and just figuring out how do we tie that in. I think is going to be really important, whether it's this one or the housing element or whatever comes next. And I also appreciate Councilmember Shoresman about taking out the element, because then I feel like which element did we not include in other goals, and we have so many of them as expected and required. So I think that's great, and I appreciate the increasing resiliency as well. So I'm pretty great with how this is landing so far. City manager.
I just want to remind the council, you do have standards in the blueprint. Greg Avakian was just texting me that we have a standard for access to parks to be within 1.5 mile of residence or a 10-minute walk. So you've adopted that standard. So my recommendation would be not to have it part of the goal, because it's part of the, and then in parks, it could live here or it could live in housing. I see it more tied to our housing development. And so as we revisit that, maybe there's a parks component piece, because I know that's important. We're building a lot of housing and the parks are trailing. I know that's frustrating for some, and I know that's a foci of the council. And so I think that's would be my recommendation where it would go.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think I want to keep open space and parks separate, because I know people often confuse the two, and we want to make sure that they're clearly separate things. So I think housing, it also makes sense to tie in there. That was one of my notes I had written. So Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not clear on what equitable access to parks and open space, what equitable access would mean. Our parks and open space are free. They're open to everyone. What would be, I'm not against equitable access, but I don't understand why that has to be in there. I hope it would not be interpreted that people could start camping in our parks or start camping in our open space.
No, that was definitely not my intent in including equitable. I think partially it's just, kind of solidifying again what we have in our blueprint around getting to the places, whether that means that we have buses that go to it, whether it is easy to, roll and stroll there. Whatever that takes to get to the park is also sometimes a hindrance. If you have to go through heavy traffic, or if you have to go through a path that is non-paved, or whatever it might be. Not say everything has to be paved, but just saying that like the ease of getting there is important to all people. To me,
so maybe
equitable access was the key.
Oh, I see. So maybe we could say preservation of and facilitating access to parks and open space.
I just think the word equitable, back to what we were talking about earlier, is about including all and helping everyone be able to have access is the key to all of everything we have in the city, quite honestly.
Okay, thanks a lot for that explanation.
Sure. Councilmember Shoresman?
Yeah, I think equitable goes back to some of the discussions, the example that Director Avakian just brought up about where parks are located and where open space is located, making sure that they are equitably distributed around the community so that there are no neighborhoods, households that would have to go 2 miles to get to a park and have to, traverse difficult transportation to get there. So it just, says that as we grow, we are committed to making sure that everybody, no matter what neighborhood or place they live in, is able to get to open space and parks easily.
Thank you. Summer, would you like to move forward with this or where we're at so far? Or do you want to move forward to the next step of our day?
Yeah, I think if this feels about at 85% ready to go with the incorporation, then I'd like us to move into the next piece, which I will. This is the flow of how we'll go, and I'll turn it over to City Manager Johnson in just a second here. So at this point, we've identified tweaked those draft goal statements. We now want to shift into the the pre-work that you all did around what items potentially to add or kind of double down on in these major city goals. And so we've worked to synthesize that information a bit for you today to really highlight which ones are additive, which you're going to see on the slide deck. The handout you have is just lists all of them that were added, potentially added items, but we've done some work to highlight ones that really are new or potentially an enhancement or an additive element of work. And so wanted to invite City Manager Johnson to highlight some of the conversation around what does that mean, right, if we add some things.
I think there's some. Is
There
there a
is.
slide? Yes.
Yep,
thank
there
you,
is. Let me just
Summer.
switch over.
Oh. Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Summer. So, I don't want to rehash a lot of this. We've had a lot of conversation on this. I know we're looking to gain some time back. I think I've shared with council that it was unexpected expenses of about $9 million, and so we've got to keep our eye on replenishing those reserves. And there's a lot of damage that we're still reviewing and mitigating our problems. We expect to be reimbursed. Had some conversations down in San Diego. We'll be bringing in the Cal OES director about the state piece that we're hoping to get from the governor's office. So we've assumed that coming in, and so we'll learn more about that. I can't overemphasize that we were prepared. We've got the funds available, and that resources are limited. So based upon if council wants new projects as we start to get into detail, projects involving staff time will result in the deferral potentially of other projects requiring staff times. And then projects requiring new funding would mean reducing CIP or service or reprioritizing that. And so as we think about the budget in general, my recommendation would be the first priorities would be recovery for the storm. The second layer would be core services, and then major city goals. And so funding those major city goals, and we would first look to try to fund your major city goal initiatives within existing resources. And if we hit a point today where I believe and staff believes that it will require new resources and or trade-offs, then we'll signal that today. And we'll do our best, conceptually. I know we're at a very conceptual, but as we get into the detail about examples, we just want you to walk into that knowing full well. So there isn't surprises when we come with the strategic budget direction and preliminary budget when we return in April. So recovery, core services, and then major city goals.
Wouldn't recovery be part of economic vitality?
It is. I think I'm not sure we have a choice on recovery, right? Yeah, and so that's why I've put that as kind of a priority. I mean, I think it's very important. I think it was wise for the council to put it as part of your major city goal, but just thinking in terms of the prioritization in a scheme, that maybe that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, the reason I say that is, of course, it would be the top priority within that major city goal. And when we did the COVID recovery, we incorporated that into the economic recovery previously. So if you're saying that we should incorporate the words of storm recovery in that major city goal, that would make more sense than having an overarching aspect.
We can certainly circle back to that, but I think my perspective is that, storm recovery is first and foremost. And so whether it's explicit or not, I think, just an acknowledgement by the council today as you make your decisions in the future about the budget, and as staff raise our decisions. The follow on from here after today is that we literally have a foot race to put together a major city goal, work program, and a preliminary budget by April 18th. And so part of this exercise that we're going to jump in here just a minute with Summer is to really get crystal clarity about what you mean behind this and what your expectations are of outcomes, and some preliminary cues from staff. Well, that might require a trade-off if that's what you want to do. And then we can get into some of the trade-off items, because some of the council members' submittals did include potential trade-offs.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember Francis.
So obviously we don't want to be pie in the sky about this and make a bunch of promises in this work plan that we can't actually fulfill, but is there room for us to kind of have the list that gets down to the point where there starts to be trade-offs, and then have kind of a second tier below that where if there's bandwidth that's freed for whatever reason, there's resources that come in for whatever reason, we kind of know what our next tier of priorities is, and we can reshuffle at that point.
We used to have a category called as resources permit. I would say resources generally did not materialize after the budget. And so it created this impression, well, when is that all going to happen? It was the hopes and dreams bin. And then it became kind of a soft, and sometimes, depending on your perspective, hard expectations that it was going to get done. So we moved away from that some time ago. And so I would encourage the council to really, set us up for the expectations you want to deliver, knowing full well what you can and cannot do.
Okay, thank you. Summer.
Okay, so we are at a moment here where we're just process check. We have about 15 minutes before we have a planned break. So my hope is we can dive into the items related to the first goal around economic resiliency, and then hopefully we can make it through that one, take a break, and then we would be coming back to dive into the other potentially three goals if we combine the housing and homelessness discussion, and then shift to the kind of the final item on the agenda today. So I just wanted to make you aware of the timing on that. So as you look here, this is a reminder of some of what we heard at the community forum as far as items that were highlighted by the community as being important in this economic development and downtown vitality. As you recall, and Hans mentioned earlier, these were populated by staff as being things that really would fit smartly into what the next steps of the work plan would be. And then council was invited to, as they digest all of this as pre-work, to identify what might be potentially missing, right? What needed to be either added into this or removed because it was not something that resources need to be focused on. And so this next slide and what you have in your handout is a consolidation of those proposed items to be considered. What we've done in advance of today is have please know this is a subjective activity, of course, because we're interpreting your language of what it potentially means. But the highlighted areas are where it seems that it would be potentially additive to the work program as it currently stands. And so within each of these high-level goals, major city goals, we're looking for you to provide direction on where you really would like this to be something that is intentionally added into the work plan, and therefore resources and potentially trade-offs, whether that's with staff time being refocused away from current projects onto these, or potential dollars associated with these requests. So was hoping that we would take these one at a time so you can see. I will just give you a preview that as we look at these items, each one of the major city goals has highlighting that needs to be discussed with the intention to create that clarity. And I just want to echo what City Manager Johnson was saying with that kind of second tier or as resources permit, there could be things that you kind of give directional cues to staff as top priority. And then as they're looking at the budget, if there's a way to be creative or smart about cost savings and ways in which to incorporate those things, that's you can give those directional cues, of course, today. But understanding there would be trade-offs if all of these highlighted elements were to be added to the work plan.
Just one question. Didn't we already have CWAs as part of our work plan?
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, members of the council, that was part of the last work program, and we came to the council, got policy direction on that, and the council, that based upon that policy direction, was to look at 2 projects. And I think at the conclusion of those projects, council was going to look at, well, what was our experience, like we did with the WRF, and then report back, and then at some future time make, perhaps future work program items.
And those 2 projects are a couple years out. Thank you. Vice Mayor Marks?
Yeah, just a question. It looks like cultural vitality has found its way back into this major city goal. Is that okay with everybody? Because I don't want to lose it, but I also don't think it should be a standalone major city goal. And I'm happy with it being here or in DEI. I don't care, but I don't want to lose it. So are we back here? We're back here.
I'll just say that if we got rid of the word community vitality and put cultural vitality, this heading would be fine for me. Councilmember Pease and Francis, I see hands, heads shaking. Shoresman? Yes? Okay.
Just as a process check, I appreciate the question, Councilmember Marks. These slides were prepared before all of your discussion earlier. So what I have ready to go is draft goal statements. And at this point, the cultural vitality is highlighted as part of the title of the economic resiliency, cultural vitality, and fiscal sustainability.
Councilmember Shoresman?
I was just going to say that I thought we were going to have an opportunity to kind of look at them all together. Then maybe that's where we would decide that this goes. But I think for the purposes of this exercise, we can move things around. It's fine wherever it ends up. But for the purposes of this, it's still the same exercise. It's just which goal the items in the work plan go under.
Agreed. Councilmember Francis?
So just so I'm clear, we're kind of ordering things at this point, kind of top priority. Is that correct?
My suggestion is if the council wants to agree that the unhighlighted items are elements you want to see, then we'll move forward with those. And so I don't know. I don't want to just assume that, but if that's where you want to start as a way of working through that, then that's fine. I think I would focus your attention on the yellow items, understanding that there's potential trade-offs. And then what we can do at the break as you start to get through this, we can, where there's consensus, we want that to be a part of it. And understanding there'll be trade-offs, we can then pool all of those items together on one list at the break. And so you can say, in totality, are we willing to make that big of broad trade-offs in core services and our existing commitments in CIP for these new things?
So looking at the yellow, what I heard earlier, and I'm not speaking for all of you, but maybe kind of starting a conversation, what I heard earlier was a lot of interest in exploring what we're doing around childcare and maybe putting that kind of at the top of this bulleted list, or beginning the conversation around putting that somewhere in the list, since a lot of us were talking about it in earlier discussions.
Thank you. Yeah, I find it challenging to prioritize this when not looking at the work plans in the full budget like we do in April. So I'm just going to say that for me personally.
What we're trying to tee up here is just conceptually, for example, that are required. So I had a sidebar with Mr. Avakian. So, for example, using the childcare, if we were to have a 3-way partnership with Cal Poly and Slow Coastal, there's going to be some monetary part, right? Because 60% of our childcare is general fund subsidized. So if we partner with that, what does that look like? And so not wanting to, develop a partnership and then people said yay and then not have the budget to then support it, right?
Okay.
And so that's why there's that would require a component. So we'll size it up, and then ultimately in April, if you say, hey, these pieces are generating a combination of trade-offs I'm willing to make, then we pare back the work program. in
Yeah,
April.
that makes sense.
Question? Okay. I'm wondering if what we should do is prior to the break, look at all of the highlighted items for the goals. So do a quick run through of what the highlighted items are. Then we could come back from the break and look at all the highlighted items, which are essentially additive elements. And that could be a comprehensive conversation about how to start thinking about making cues to staff about which should take higher priority than another area.
I'm not against that idea. And I will say that there are a couple items that are not highlighted that I would rather trade off for the highlighted. So I'm not sure if that works totally.
So the non-highlighted items are things that are currently in your work plan to move forward on to continue.
So public banking discussions is in the work plan?
As well. And it is not. And so, but this one is stay tuned. So for us, we were like, well, that seems not a lot of commitment. And so, we read emails, read staff reports, and then part of the monthly updates, we update the council.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, just I'd be willing to go through this right now quickly, and rather than glomming them all together. So I would eliminate the first bullet there.
The first highlighted or first CIP list?
No. Where is the one that talks about the CWAs?
That's the first highlighted. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The first highlighted one, I'd be willing to just get rid of that for now because it's something that we're going to have to evaluate. In terms of the second one, I think we need to facilitate daycare and help create options. And those might be some of the options. I do think we need to preserve our historic resources. And I also support preservation or planning for preservation and planning for city-owned adobes. I think we need a plan. I'm not interested in a vacancy tax for downtown properties. That's way too complex and gets us way out there. I'm not sure about the buy local and eat local bonus plan programs. I haven't ever heard if we're losing or earning tax money through those programs. I have no idea how effective they are financially. I know everyone loves them, but I'd have to know more before including that. In terms of increasing, I'm not sure about increasing arts and culture grants. We definitely need to coordinate community engagement efforts with nonprofits, but I would eliminate that next sentence, try to engage with other arts organizations besides the slow rep. I just think we can eliminate that one. So otherwise, I'm fine with the unhighlighted elements. So.
Nope. Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
I think I'm in alignment exactly with Councilmember Marks on that. And I'm just trying to find the language about historic resources inventory. Is that in here unhighlighted or is that someplace else? Okay, so then, so maybe that showed up in my comments someplace else, or maybe it didn't, but I would like, and that would be yellow, I assume, update to the historic resources inventory, that we have some council correspondence with, maybe take a couple $100,000 at least, but maybe over a couple of years.
that was intended to be the third highlighted bullet, support historic resources. And Michael distributed a memo because that was a funded item from your current financial plan to scope and costs. So that's why it's highlighted.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, just looking at the list of priorities, I currently see the exploration of the child care partnership as kind of my number one focus on here. Number two, though, I actually really want us to make sure that we're continuing to look at our model CWAs. We have them in place. I don't see it as a huge lift to look at how do we expand that to more city projects. And then third, historic preservation. I'm really concerned that we're going to kind of run out the clock on some of our properties in town. And I don't know that we have the funding to completely fund this as it should be at this point, but making sure that we're doing what we need to so that we don't lose the opportunity to preserve some of these resources. So if that just means kind of keeping things at a stable level for a time, I really think that's important. The rest I can kind of move around as we see fit, but those are my top three things on here.
Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you. I am absolutely 100% for the first bullet on here, the first non-highlighted bullet. I think that is our first priority, and I like to see that at the top. I think we need to continue with our CIP improvements and our necessary infrastructure. We've got a lot of aging infrastructure in the city, and we've seen a lot of it go south quickly in addition to the storms. So I think that's got to be our top priority. Gosh, there's just so much good stuff on here, right? And it's hard to look at it and think that there would be trade-offs. And I know that that's just the reality. Working in county government, I know that also from the other side of things. I would love to see us. I think Councilmember Francis articulated my thoughts pretty well on the preservation of historic resources. I would actually put that second little highlighted part, supporting preservation of city-owned adobes, kind of in the same bullet with preservation of historic resources. They just fit together in my mind. But I know that there's a lot of work that we have started on that. So I guess I'm a little bit curious about why that's highlighted. I mean, I know we haven't done as much maybe on the second part, the supporting preservation of city-owned adobes, but it's a regular part of our work plan to look at historic resources in general, is it not?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Shoresman, the council during the last financial plan asked staff to scope a study because our historic inventory was done a long, long time ago. It was done by some fantastic volunteers, and there are some areas that probably need to get re-examined and whether or not those properties still qualify or if new properties should qualify. And so it is part of our commitment to be an accredited city and a recognized city. And so we did that work. And so that's what that is intending to mean.
Got it. So that was just a very small scoped project. Okay, so then back to what I said before, I agree with what Councilmember Francis said about preserving historic resources and city-owned adobes. I don't think we should lose any opportunities of as they are available maybe now or in the very near future, but could go away at a future time. The item that's highlighted about childcare, I think I have a more sort of a larger conceptual idea about what we should do about childcare rather than this particular item. I would like to see us maybe move in the direction of providing childcare in partnership with some other large entities around for kids of employees of those groups, but maybe we're not quite there yet. More, I'm thinking about creative ways that we can support the community in its childcare needs in connection with the care that we already provide through Sun and Fun and Parks and Rec programs. So, and then as far as continuing to increase arts and culture grants. I would like to just continue them and find a way to engage those other entities that have not been historical receivers of those grants to maybe, apply for those grants or support them in that, because I do think that we love Slow Rep, we love Slow Museum of Art. There are a lot of other smaller nonprofits that have not been able to take advantage of those grants. So maybe it's just an outreach effort, but keeping the funding sustained at the level it is, but maybe trying to get a few more entities engaged in that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I think the first bullet around CWAs, I think if it was, the first highlighted one, if you could get rid of the first sentence because we're already in process. But I think the key of supporting local workers is just as important as when we talk about why we're keeping open space in our major city goals. As far as the second highlighted one, I was confused around provide daycare for all city employees. While I super appreciate that, I think it's about trying to help provide childcare as a whole for the whole community in partnership. But I wouldn't say that we are going to do something that would be a perk of being an employee. That feels very off. Collaborate with community organizations to improve childcare. Yes, 100%. And I appreciate all the comments around the historic resources, and we talk about storm recovery and what the storms have done to houses that were built 1980s till now, let alone something that's built in the 1800s or early 1900s. So I think that is something that would be really good to keep track of, is how do we help people, at least help the Adobes and help other historic resources at least keep stable while we're in this process of figuring out what we can do. Consider a vacancy tax. I'm very open to that. I understand it is complicated, but what kind of time, energy, and money that would take would be interesting to know. I'm not saying we have to do it, but it would be interesting to know, because I think we've had a lot of comments around our vacancy and what that means. And I feel that we are in this really weird space, again, with city roles and responsibilities versus other roles and responsibilities. We don't have the ability in a lot of ways to make someone, a private owner, do something with their private property. But that's vacancy rates. Vacancy taxes have been an interesting solution for some other communities. So I'd be open to that. And I think the word continue arts and culture grants would be good. I would remove the word increase, because if we do decide to increase for some reason, continuing can be that, or it can be just continuing where we're at. And I appreciate an intentional engagement of all or many local arts organizations. I don't think we have to highlight no Slow Rep, no Sloma. That seems odd. But I do think, there are many other local nonprofits that are doing arts and cultural work that we should be able to intentionally go out and support. And yes, I guess if we're staying tuned, that sounds fine with the public banking discussions. I think that's a much larger lift if that is where we're going. Not saying that's a no or a yes, just stay tuned sounds fine for now. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, if I could invite our city attorney to talk a little bit about the difference between a vacancy fee and a vacancy tax, because those are much different work efforts, and I think that might help the council. And then I have something I want to add after she's done.
Sure. Taxes just generally straight up have to be submitted to the voters for approval, whereas fees are implemented to offset the cost of providing a service, and they have to have a reasonable relationship to the cost of providing that service and the impacts that you're trying to mitigate. And then if they're property related, fees are subject to Proposition 218's protest procedures for imposition. And so just broad framework, you are correct that none of those are straightforward, easy processes. They require engineering reports and benefits assessments and a lot of other things to help you appropriately size and tailor the nexus between the service provided and the fee, but particularly where they're property related. But generally.
Yeah, thank you. And Q, yeah, I figured fee, I just was reading off of things. So thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. And I think when I think about considering a vacancy fee for downtown properties, it was truly the word consider, similar to stay tuned, in the sense that, hey, what does that entail? Oh, that entails all of that. No, thank you. And that may be where it goes. Or, oh, no, that is worth it, and let's move forward. So I think that I just wanted to make sure we're talking about, doesn't mean move forward with the vacancy fee. City manager?
Yeah, and so if it's consider, so we bring forward a study session, we walk you through how do they work, what are the examples in California, and then council makes a decision, and then that's an inflection point for what it would cost and what entail, then the council can make that informed decision at that future date.
Thank you. And that would be a different trade-off discussion. Councilmember Francis?
Yeah.
I believe I threw out language around both fee and tax with an eye that there were very different approaches to that, really hoping that staff could give us some direction on what option works best for our community and the conditions that we're actually seeing in our downtown. But I would really like to see at least a little bit of research on which one of those options, if either, makes sense here. I had a quick procedure question, just because we all kind of went through our top list here and ordered things. Are we going to open the floor to kind of trying to persuade one another, debating what we actually want to see move forward from this list at this point? Or
I don't think so yet, and I definitely didn't do it in a priority way. I was reading the list, so just FYI on that. And as I said from earlier, I don't think it personally, from my personal view on my opinions, I don't see how we can prioritize it without the number tag, the price tag with it. It just doesn't make sense to me. That's just my personal thoughts.
Yeah, and one final thing I just wanted to say, because I think some of the language around here can be sort of, on some of these can be interpreted to mean something very specific. Whereas I think, at least for me, I was sort of throwing out just general ideas with the hope that staff could kind of give us direction on what path made the most sense inside of that. So I would love the opportunity to kind of discuss what do we actually mean by some of the bullets that appeared up here.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think if you want to expand on what your specific item meant, I think that's a great idea at this time. All right. Do you want to do yours, and then we'll go to Councilmember Shoresman? Perfect.
Yeah, so I already covered the vacancy fee and tax thing. I just want to see, does that make sense? Going back to childcare, I know that language around providing it for city employees might have kind of pushed things into the wrong direction there. What I was really meaning by that is I know that we're going to be having a presentation coming up from First Five, and there was some of parts of that study that really were pointing to perhaps repurposing some city properties and looking for ways that we could kind of provide services around the edges. And so I think that was sort of an idea of, do we want to potentially serve as a model for starting to do some of the things we want to see other businesses and private individuals doing around the community? So again, that's not specific direction, but that's just looking at what partnerships and what programs will get us the most bang for the buck around childcare, with the bullet really just being, how do we improve childcare options for families in our community? And then going back to CWAs, I don't want to drop this one. I know there wasn't a lot of love for it, but I feel like most of our current work plan really does not focus on the local workforce. And I really want to make sure that we're looking for ways to expand internships and apprenticeships and supporting our local workers so they can actually afford to live where they work. So that's just my plug for that, and I'll leave the rest.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying get rid of that entire thing, just the first half of that. The support local workers through CWAs, interns, and apprenticeships to stay. Councilmember Shoresman.
I really appreciate the clarification around the vacancy tax discussion. I think I threw that out as a general concept in my, and I probably used the wrong terminology, but again, as Councilmember Francis, as I appreciate staff's ability to, guide us in the right direction and tell us what is really feasible versus what is going to involve huge trade-offs in staff time and resources. I think I neglected to mention, to weigh in on the CWA item, even though I did put that in my pre-work. I mentioned that in my pre-work as well. So guess I'm sort of wondering, and maybe this gets to what the mayor was saying, is it's hard to prioritize these things without knowing the dollar amount, but what the work effort would be involved and what you anticipate that this would be. As Councilmember Francis explains it seems pretty straightforward, but maybe there's just more to it than what we're realizing, or the way you're interpreting it is different than the way we put it out there.
So I think there's one piece. We still have to develop the community workforce agreements and get all the signatures on the council direction for the 2 projects. And then we have to administer those. So those are going to be investments on and by themselves. And so we'll be, incorporating the cost to administer those CWAs into the project budgets. And so I think the other piece, what I've heard from council, is let's look at those and see how we're doing on those, like we did with the WRF. And at some point, does the council want to change the floor? We did, of course, provide a tremendous amount of data back when this came to the council in the summer that showed if the goal and intention is to look at workforce development and employ local workers, then your current bid structure was already achieving that. So I would say, that's something that you're already achieving. Christine's going to jump in here in a second. One aspect that I would ask the council to consider on this one is for us to get some direction on design build, as part of a charter amendment. We have put this off for probably 6 to 8 years on a charter amendment. It is a form of delivery that most cities are moving to throughout California. And so I would suggest that be a work program item. It is the county recently delivered the animal services shelter, for example, with design build. And so I would encourage the council to explore that and wrap in CWAs into that conversation, because that would be a different component. But Christine, if I missed anything or if you wanted to elaborate, please.
I think that I was just looking for clarity if the council is going to give majority direction on further exploration of CWAs, because I think the discussion that we had and what I believe our CSG group understands our collective direction to be is that now that we have done the data analysis as to local participation on our projects, that we would continue to monitor that. And if we're seeing a reduction or some change that is adverse to the local participation goal that still seems to be reflected as the priority here, that we would return to council and seek further direction as to whether or not the CWA was the appropriate mechanism to address those concerns. But all of our data suggested that at the lower levels, that we were getting extraordinarily high local participation, such that the floor that we set in the CWA doesn't advance that objective. And so if there is some other objective that the council is looking to advance, then I'd want us to have clarity on what that is and what information it is you're looking for us to bring forward. Because as it stands now, how I understand, and Shelley or Matt can correct me, but how I understand our direction is keep an eye on that. And if something changes, let us know whether you think an expansion. So we're going to monitor the implementations on the large projects we've done. We're going to make sure that we're achieving those local worker participation goals through that framework. And we're going to make sure that there's not, we're going to continue to evaluate projects that are coming into our 5-year CIP and see if those are appropriate for inclusion. But in terms of a broader threshold, all city projects, we unequivocally did not hear that direction from the majority of the council. And so if there's a change in course, we need to unequivocally hear that.
Got it. Thank you so much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Thanks for that clarification. So what you're saying is all those items and work that you were just describing, City Attorney, is already incorporated in our current work plan. So if we want that to continue, we don't need to bring that up now. But if we want to change direction or add elements, then that would be a change of scope and a new item for the work plan. So along with that, would the things that you were just describing, City Manager Johnson, in terms of design build and a look at CWA, in conjunction with that be sort of just like a study session item and not be a full work plan item?
It'd be a study session item, and then there'd be, just as we mentioned earlier, kind of a decision points, and then for the council, and it may not be now or next year, but it may be in, teeing it up for example, for a November 24 election if the council decides it wants to go on the ballot.
I would be in favor of that then. I don't think that we should take CWAs and the actions that we've done already, call it done, so to speak, but I would like to have some more opportunities to discuss, deliberate, and see what the next steps would be.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you, and thanks for the clarification about CWA. I'm in favor of continuing with our current work plan and not having a separate additional expansion. I feel like we did that. Spent a lot of time and made some good choices, I think, about the direction that we're going there. I would support design build. I know that's a big lift, but it does make a big difference in what we're able to deliver. And I would just, I would look forward to a study session to make sure that what we're putting, or what our approach is equitable, because sometimes that design build process gets abused and is too big of an ask and a lift of a design build team that is bidding. But I think it can be done equitably, so I would support that.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Councilmember Pease and Summer. I think we are back to you.
We are. So this is going to look a little scary. Can you see this? Okay, so I'm trying to capture, and I just want to clarify because I think this is part of where the conversation is going, that this list is the list that came from your pre-work. This is not the list of everything that is in the current work plan. So the things that I've tried to capture as we've been talking was also to put in bold. So the bold is my language, what the intention was that you were highlighting, because the goal today, as I'd said, this is the messy part of this. The goal is to send very clear cues to the staff of where you want to see additions made so that they can help you understand as this budgeting process happens, where there are trade-offs that would need to occur. So that first one around the CWA is really around support local workers through CWA's internships, apprenticeships, evaluate, look to expand as needed, but it's really the intention is to continue the current work plan. The second one around childcare, I crossed out the for all city employees, and the intention is really to improve childcare options for the community. So that would be an add. Moved up
with that one. It says ways to provide day care. Is it childcare as a whole? Because I don't think we want to identify days. There's other needs people have.
Thank you. The combination here on the preserve historic resources and support preservation of city-owned adobes. And then the additive here was this, I think it was intended, but the update to the historic resources inventory. So that was kind of putting those together. That is an add, right, that actually occur. The vacancy taxes language, so it's the add there would be to consider vacancy fees and or tax for downtown properties. And then I believe the next one is really not an add if we take out the increase. So it's the continue the arts and culture grants, yada, yada, yada. Try to engage with other arts organizations. The stay tuned, just to highlight that was a component. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong if this language is wrong, City Manager Johnson, but conduct study session on design build charter amendment.
I would say with the arts and culture grants, I would say if you remove the word try to and intentionally engage arts, local arts. Yeah. But it already says in continue on the top. It's intentionally engage additional arts organizations or all organizations or something along those lines. The other thing is, unless my colleagues disagree, I would just take out the and or tax part of vacancy. I don't think that's a part we're trying to do.
Interested in seeing what the kind of thought was from staff, because I know that just in discussions, there's been, yes, it's a heavier lift to do the tax and it would take time and we need to go in front of the voters, but does that make more sense than the fee structure, which might also be challenging?
I think you have a lot of, I would look at it from the outcome. I think, is it more around bring forward a, study session on strategies to reduce vacancies in our downtown. And so if we look at that, then it opens up the conversation. Yeah.
Great. That's wonderful. Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Shoresman?
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest amending that last new bullet there where you said, I know you're like trying to edit on the fly while I'm telling you to edit something else. So I'll just wait a second. The last bullet on conduct a study session on design build charter amendment. I think the intention was to include a discussion of CWA with that. So I would just add that and then to the last bullet and then maybe unhighlight the very first bullet on the page that's to continue current work plan because that's not a yellow anymore. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so I think we can take a break. Teresa, what should our break be? Oh, I'm sorry.
So one area, this relates to our community vitality piece and something that I had some discussions with colleagues down in San Diego where there was a lot of overlap. Is throughout the state, and we experience this here locally, a lot of cities are struggling with floods and creek management. And there was a recent case that perhaps opens up conversation around how do we fund creek maintenance and stormwater maintenance. And I would say the ever challenging aspect of who owns the creek, who's responsible for maintaining it, that lack of clarity, and then really most importantly, the means. I mean, it's just, and as I look ahead and looking at, climate change and probably more extreme weather events, I would encourage the council to add an item around considering options for funding and enhancing creek maintenance and flood preparedness. I think this is something that we've had on our back burner for some time. The stormwater system is often called the unfunded utility. At one time, it was a utility that was funded through wastewater, but after 218, that became impermissible. And so I would be remiss if I didn't raise this as your manager to say, hey, I don't think this is a fully funded way that we can do the work moving forward, given the challenges. And I would recommend a study session that we come and highlight options for the council as part of the next work program.
But does that go in the climate action section?
It may go there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Core services.
Yeah. Storm recovery.
Yeah.
I guess I don't think it needs to go specifically in this economic
I
fund.
just didn't want you to be surprised, that this comes forward as a work program item.
Yeah. I think based on storm recovery and climate action, that seems logical.
And I've had these conversations, dating back to Carrie Mattingly, for quite some time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Yes, I was just going to add that in our discussion of open space, environment, and sustainable transportation and climate action. So it's really, as long as it's included, it's up to everybody else except for me. I just think it's really important, both from the point of view of protecting property owners, but also from the environmental point of view, in terms of making sure that our creeks are well maintained and possibly at some point might have bicycle paths or walking paths or trails or something that has recreational value as well. So I'm not quite sure where we would put that, but thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and do, are we a 20-minute break? 20, okay? All right, 20-minute break, and we'll see you back at about 12:45-ish. All right, thank you, everybody, and we'll go ahead and get back to the next topic. And Summer, back to you.
Thank you. Just share just a second to share the correct screen here. Okay, so we are on to the second major city goal to talk through the potential items to be added to this. So just as a reminder, this slide that's up here now, these are the items that were tabulated by staff as being things that would make sense to continue on into this 23-25 work plan. And then the community weighed in at the community forum, some prioritization of these items. So these are illustrative of the high priority items to move forward with, but not necessarily exhaustive. And then this next slide are the items that you all in the pre-work had shared as being proposed items to be considered within this major city goal. So what we've done is the non-highlighted items here are things that are either on the previous slide or are really a continuation in staff's estimation of work that was already planned for this 23-20 or would be planned in the 23-25 work plan. And so we're looking for, they're not in any kind of priority order. They're just a culmination of all of your pre-work. And so what we've done is to try to highlight the items that are a change in direction and or additive potentially in nature. And so would need to think through or looking to get clarity and direction from you all on what to be considered as we are developing then the 23-25 budget and work plans. So on this one, the highlighted, and you'll see in some of these as we move forward, there's phrases that are highlighted. So the majority of that is already in the work plan or would be in the work plan. But in that second bullet there, you can see it saying increasing grants. That would be additive. The Multicultural Center, you obviously have provided some direction on that, but there was some discussion in the pre-work about what that looks like. Is that you can see for yourself. And then the third is the increasing broadband access. So I'd like to open it up to get some clarity on that from you all, and then we'll keep moving.
Thank you, Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I can comment on two of them, and then I wanted to ask for clarity on one of them also. My initial instinct on the increasing grants is to keep the grants at the same level that they have been, rather than increasing them just yet, at least in this financial planning cycle. The last one, increased broadband access, that's kind of three things, because it's increased broadband access, equitable and geographically dispersed parks, and places for recreation. I think we've kind of talked about parks a little bit, and we might talk about them more when we get into the last goal. But I think I don't know that needs to be covered here. I think it's going to be well covered other places. The increased broadband access, I think we have some work efforts around that already and looking for funding maybe to support the initiatives that are happening. I guess my intention here, I was probably the one that added this, is to expand on, whatever our studies show and our first stages that we have that we're currently working on. When we get to the end of that and we find out what we need to really expand access, if we find that we need to do that into parts of the community where there is not as good access, that we set aside some energy and resources to do that. And then the last one about the Multicultural Center, I guess I want to ask for some clarity, because I know there have been a lot of efforts going on over time. I have personally participated in some conversations with Cal Poly, and so clarity, I guess, from the council members that put this in or from staff on where we're at with that and what we might really need to do going forward before we made a decision on what to do in this particular exercise with it.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe that Mr. Herman shared some information on Tuesday's meeting, and it would be great to have that kind of repeated because there was a lot of things in between Tuesday and now.
Still happy to. Good afternoon. So on the multicultural feasibility study, so there's dollars in this financial plan that we will make use of to make sure that we deliver on that feasibility study piece of it. That'll probably, as I mentioned last time, cross over into the next financial plan, and we'll preview that as a part of the update process to the strategic plan that's coming to the council in May. So we'll kind of give you a look at where we're at with the current major city goal items, what we look to see moving forward, and how we're going to take advantage of the dollars that we have in the current financial plan to be able to do that. The update of where we're at right now in the project is that there's a Cal Poly student group that has completed a design process, an initial design for the Multicultural Center. That's coming to the HRC next month as a preview to that group. And then that design will have some implications in terms of how we might move forward with a feasibility study. I think what would be helpful for the council on this item is that if there is some direct feedback or guidance that you all have in terms of what you want to see as an outcome for that for that Multicultural Center. So are you really interested in pursuing a partnership project? Are we looking at, sort of pilots or pop-ups as initial iterations of that that can help narrow the scope of that feasibility study? That will be helpful. And then if there is direction or interest in wanting to implement that feasibility study as a part of the next DEI major city goal as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman, anything else? Hold on. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll figure out how to not turn my button off sooner or later here. Old habits die hard. Yeah, I guess I still don't know how to form an opinion on what on that multicultural center item. So I'll defer to my colleagues and see what they say and listen to the rest of the deliberations on that.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. And I'd say I'm in alignment of not increasing grants at this time. And I think that the work program in terms of broadband and parks and is kind of, that we have a path laid out for that work effort as far as I know. So I probably wouldn't add to that. In terms of the Multicultural Center, I guess I have been concerned all along about going towards the feasibility of building a new building. I don't see that that's a realistic, any kind of near-term effort, considering how much is already on our CIP, how expensive it is to build. So if the feasibility study is looking at like programmatically, what is that going to be? What would happen in those spaces? And we've done a bunch of outreach to groups that really would use that kind of space. And so it could fit well in Ludwig or a leased space or a shared space or if the feasibility study is doing something like that, absolutely. But if the feasibility study is like buy a lot and build a new building, I would caution us against spending time and community's psychic energy on that kind of work program when I just don't think that would come to fruition.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you all for your comments so far. I think I largely align with what Councilmember Pease was just saying, but I do really want to make sure that we're exploring all of the opportunities to look into our partnerships with Cal Poly and Cuesta on this front. And again, maybe that's not a building, but that is space and shared programming with these organizations that have a lot of resources already going towards this. Going back to the grants, I would agree that we probably don't need to increase the grants, but I was wondering about the opportunity to expand the idea of grant into also scholarships and parks and rec type programming for underserved communities, particularly children in those communities. And then I had a question about, and I don't think it appears here, and I'm not sure that I put it in my pre-work, but where the expansion of like MCU and CAT, where does that fit in? And is that something that we need to kind of talk about inside of the DEI goal, or does that go elsewhere?
So let me take your questions in order. First up, I think that there is some funding through some of our human services grants. So we have human services grants and we provide some funding. So I think there's some opportunities within existing funding sources to enhance support for our community. If there's some direction on priorities, we can do that. If you want to expand those grants, that's new dollars.
Right.
And then secondarily, I would say we also provide funding for lots of families, and Mr. Avakin can talk about that in terms of our Sun Fund. So we have that as part of our work that happens. And sorry, your last MCU, I would say it would be under homelessness, and expansion of that, or CAT would be a discussion for that place. Regarding broadband, I think that when council first allocated the $600,000 in ARPA funding, there's been some good news. I think one, we got a grant to fund the master plan that we're working on. We'll bring back to the city council. The second piece is that, from my perspective, conversations with Maria and others who are working on the consortium, all appearances are that there's going to be ample funding in the Infrastructure and Inflation Reduction Act, so that hopefully at some point we can look at liberating those ARPA funds for other uses. But we're not there yet. I think we'll bring up that conversation when we bring the broadband strategic plan back to the council in April. So just to kind of put a placeholder for you, that'll be another potential funding source for some of these potential initiatives. So
just coming back around, just to clarify, not increasing grants, but just wanted to make sure we were serving everybody that needs to be served with scholarships and grants, at least looking outside of maybe the grants, the granting organizations that we were serving previously, making sure that we're really hitting all different parts of the communities, including youth. And that's it. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. I'm on the same page about keeping the level of the DEI grants at the same level. And then also, I don't know if we need to mention broadband access in this major city goal. It sounds to me that's almost more like infrastructure, so I'm not sure about, I think we could just eliminate that one myself. And then with the Multicultural Center, I want us to remember that there's Cal Poly campus, there's Cuesta campus, but probably half the people who live in our city are student age. And then there's a lot of staff and administrators on both of those colleges who actually live in our city. And there are a number of international students. I was talking with the international student coordinator at Cal Poly. She said they have 600 international students. And so I would like to see a multicultural center that doesn't just focus on Americans or American residents, but also includes international students, and would be a place where there'd be kinds of programming going on so that people who are just want to learn about different cultures would have a place to go. And so I agree with Andy Pease that building a structure is not really something that would be feasible, but I could see help addressing the downtown vacancy problem with at least a pop-up multicultural center. And the way the film festival will show up for a little while in an empty space, or, that kind of thing, to try it out. I just have to speak from my own experience as a student. I hung out at the International Center as much as possible just because I was curious about the whole world. And so there's all these students who are not from a marginalized community or who are not from another country, but just want to learn. And so it seems to me we need to consider that. So I think developing options makes sense right now. Developing options with Cal Poly and Quest, including residents, people of diverse ages, backgrounds, and national origins. I think that makes sense. And it's something that it need not, I'm really interested in how much something like that would cost, so that when we are talking about possible trade-offs, we know what we're talking about. That's all I have to say with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on why broadband access. I added this one, and I added it here because in most communities, those who are impacted by poor internet access are those who are historically unrepresented and marginalized in other ways, and it leads to. During the pandemic, quite frankly, it led to poor kids having to do their homework and their schooling in the parking lots of Starbucks, just to be frank. So that's why I put it on under this category. I would have a little bit of heartache about removing it altogether, even though we have some efforts underway and we are looking for other funding to implement whatever we find we need to implement. Because I don't want us to, if we don't find the funding, or we find we have only small gaps, to just ignore it altogether. So I'd like to see it say something about increasing broadband access. Maybe it should say something more like continue existing efforts to study broadband access and pursue funding to fill gaps, or something like that, instead of just increase broadband access or removing it altogether. That's sort of my 2 cents on that. And now that I hear the discussion around the Multicultural Center, I know that it has been an important thing that we've been sort of working on in the background. I hear what Councilmember Pease was saying about it seems impractical to think that we're going to build a new building or a new, capital project and waylay other important capital projects in favor of building a new project, but I think there are a lot of opportunities and have been and are going to continue to be opportunities to build on, not build, it's the wrong term, but to create programs that fill this need that we're seeking to fill with this concept.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. We're probably not going to build a brand new building, but I do think that there are ways, whether it's pilot programs, pop-ups, whatever it may be, in whatever partnership we can. There are many organizations who are already working on things like this, along with the feasibility study. So I definitely see us being able to partner and grow the capacity. I've even spoken to someone from the Chumash tribe who was saying they wanted to create like an educational center. And so I think there's some aspects of what you were mentioning earlier with international, but also local communities to have education, but also really truly to be able to experience their own selves and their own celebrations and traditions. And when someone's looking for how do I celebrate X holiday, they can at least start with that and know that they have some other people that they could connect with that are in their same space. So I think a multicultural center of some sort, as I shared there, is what is necessary. And then I do think that broadband access needs to stay in this space. I also agree, Councilmember Shorsman, it's based on the equity aspect of finances, quite honestly. And I think with the infrastructure aspect, it might be in some other work plans as well, because that goes into, is it going to go underground or whatever it might be. I think right now, keeping the grants where they are is a good idea, and looking forward to seeing how the most recent cycle of DEI grants will end up. It'll take another year to go through, so that'll be helpful for us for the next term, the next cycle. And I think that was it. Oh, and yeah, I definitely don't want to include MCU and CAT in this. Summer?
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and share what I've captured. There it is. Okay, so the you'll notice that I crossed out the or increasing grants and took it off of highlight just to identify what you all were discussing. Kept the Multicultural Center highlighted, but I added that red language there, which I think is capturing what you all were saying was explore and develop options for shared programming facilities with Cal Poly, Cuesta, and downtown vacancies, as an example, pop-ups. And then the third element that had been highlighted around increased broadband access, Councilmember Shoresman first, I took off the increased equitable onto a separate line, but that documenting that the intention there is really to continue the creation of that broadband strategic plan and ensure broadband access is equitable and pursue funding to fill gaps, so that the intention is captured of what the direction is to staff at this point. Does that feel representative?
And I think with the last itemized aspect under Multicultural Center, it's Cal Poly Cuesta downtown vacancies and multicultural organizations, because it's the work they're doing. And I think the important part is that we are including marginalized individuals in coming up with this idea versus just us coming up as a city and saying, hey, we got this great thing for you.
Yeah.
I think that's really important.
Thank you for that.
Councilmember Pease.
In terms of the equitable and geographically dispersed Parks and Rec, where it says increase, I wonder if we want to say, at the end, per our Parks and Rec blueprint, or something, so that it's kind of within the plan that we already have, that this is not some additional new effort.
Just to clarify on this, so this will not, we're not necessarily wordsmithing. This is not going to be the complete plan document, but I noted it to that. Yeah. Okay, are we ready to move from this one?
I believe so.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to the deck, and as a reminder, we are that's odd. Oh no, it's not. There we go. Okay, so our next one was around housing, separated out from homelessness. I'm going to walk through both because it seemed that we were leaning in the direction from council that those potentially were going to be combined together. So I'll cover both and we can have discussion about the two. So as a reminder, these are the items that were generated from staff and then were put forward at the community forum. This is the prioritized list of things that would be intended to continue on in this major city goal as part of the work plan. And then the pre-work that you all did, this next slide captures the elements within housing that you wanted to clearly identify be items to be considered in that area. The highlighted ones are ones that staff has seen as potentially being additive in nature to this work plan. So I'll give you a second to read those and then I'll continue on to homelessness. You can discuss those potentially together.
Can someone remind me what TQs are?
TQs, where do you see TQs?
In between the two highlighted areas, support, proactive, supportive TQs.
Oh no, that was my apologies. That should not be there.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. That actually, let me clarify, that was the proactive supported tax credits. That would not be highlighted. Is that right, Greg? Is that what we said? Yeah.
It's during the break, and we're doing that to support for tax credit for affordable housing. So we didn't feel as if that was that was part of our existing affordable housing program. So you can take that off the list for discussion.
And that was me trying to retype it, unhighlighted. And then on homelessness, just as a reminder of what was on that list that could be included in the work plan into 23-25. And then the pre-work that was completed, again, these are not in a priority order, just as a listing of the items, and the highlighted ones are ones that staff would see as being potentially additive in nature to what has already could be planned. Would open that up to conversation.
Can you select Councilmember Pease, please?
Thank you. Sorry about that. Process question, then I'll let the queue continue. For the slide before with the blue ones, where these are staff generated ideas, are these already assumed to be part of the work plan unless we say otherwise, or do we need to name and jump into these?
Great question. These are largely being handled, and so these were the programmatic kind of broad level. And so I think what I interpreted on the next pages from council were specific examples. And so many of those fall within that list, that slider list that the community prioritized. And then these are just examples where we looked at it and said, well, depending on what the council meant, because we don't really get to understand that until today, what you meant by each one of these items, this could or likely has an additional resource need.
Gotcha. Thank you. And so a lot of what happened at the community forum, it was a chance to see if there was some big discrepancy in community support for one of those things that are already kind of planned, but also, hey, community, here's what's on our radar. Here's your chance to tell us about other ideas. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, I had a question about the other slide on housing. Yeah, so that first highlighted bullet, you want to go ahead and take your typo out? The first highlighted bullet, focus on concept plans for areas. Is that kind of already, does that need to be highlighted in yellow?
It does, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Schwarzman, largely because it's really, if we look on concept plans for infill in Upper Monterey, we don't have a concept plan for Upper Monterey. If we're talking about revising the Margarita area specific plan, for example, to look at new densities, we reduced those densities significantly back when that plan was developed back in 2005. Does that sound about right, Michael? Because at the time, the Airport Land Use Commission was constraining density in those areas. If we want to change that, it's going to require both policy and zoning and environmental analysis. And so it would be an investment in that. So that's why we've highlighted that.
So that effort would be to change the planning based on the new ability to have more density there?
Correct, yeah. So at least in Margarita, the safety zones for Upper Monterey, it could be a specific plan, an area plan like we did on the South Broad Street area. And so those are both investments in planning, urban design, and then environmental review.
And then what was the intention of the expand protections for renters who make up the majority of our residents? Are we talking about some sort of rental inspection program or something like that again? Or oh, that was yours. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a lot of across California have been focused on expanding renter protections, in particular just covering some of the gaps that exist between what the state law protects and what regions can do. So looking at like single family homes and price increases and things like that. I don't have a specific vision for this, but I would really like us to look into what other municipalities are doing, just because so much of our population is made up of renters right now. Really thinking about how do we do a better job protecting them, because what I'm hearing universally is that renters are very frustrated. This was conceptual. This is conceptual. This is a staff, what's out there and what makes sense for our community.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go through the housing part, and then we're going to go through the homeless part, right? Okay. So the first highlighted bullet, I would get rid of the word concept, because I think we might need a concept plan for Upper Monterey, but for Margarita, we're going to need a lot more than a concept plan to actually densify that. That was a huge battle. I mean, metaphorically speaking, blood was shed. I mean, it was just really an incredible battle with the Airport Land Use Commission. Now they've changed their airport land use plan, their master plan, and the master plan for the airport. And of course, the airport has just blossomed, right? I think it's really good to re-examine Margarita. I don't know if in the next 2 years we would try to accomplish that, but I think it would be a good idea to get started scoping out what the options are. And in terms of expanding protections for renters, this is a sore spot for me. Possibly Teresa also has some memories since she was hired as the head honcho for the rental inspection program, which worked and which was really marvelous in so many ways. But it turned out to be politicized, and the big argument was that, rents will go up if you have an inspection program that guarantees the most minimal necessities for habitability for rental units, like almost every other university town in the country has. So what happened is that the rents have just about doubled since 2016. The argument was a scare tactic. Oh, your rents are going to go up if we make sure your roof doesn't leak and all that. I'm not sure if it would be possible politically to go back to that. It might be some kind of a third rail, but I do think it's really important to realize that part of what is happening is that our residents who are renting, a lot of them are living in very substandard housing conditions and paying exorbitant amounts of money for it. Also, our housing stock is deteriorating, which is a whole nother another aspect of the whole thing. So maybe a study session on what would be possible. I think I could support that, but I'm not sure in the next 2 years how far we want to actually extend the protections. I think if we had a study session so we could see what is optional, what is feasible, and then, what I have done is tried to engage Cal Poly and Cuesta students in standing up for themselves and making a tenants union and actually taking that kind of social action to, they've got a lot of clout because there's so many renters. But the answer to that is, well, we have other priorities. We have to pass our tests, plus I'm going to a party, and hey, forget about that. So I'm not sure how productive that would be, but I'm willing to support it if it doesn't cost too much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm hearing explore the viability of protections versus expand. Council Member Pease.
Thank you so much. I think in those blue bars that we've said are already likely flowing into the work plan. There were 3 of those kind of toward the bottom about updating the Margarita area specific plan to include more housing types, update the airport area specific plan to allow mixed use residential, and then finally update the general plan. We talked about a focused update to the general plan to facilitate city housing objectives. So I definitely think that those are some of our best tools to be able to continue to move the work forward. So just emphasizing, even though they're at the bottom of that survey, I think those are super important. And in terms of the rental protections, I am definitely not supportive of having a new rental housing inspection program, as you can imagine. But yeah, study session, because we did talk about that as we repealed it. It was a 2-part. It's like, we're going to repeal this, but we're going to really emphasize and empower education and empowerment for our renters. And I know some progress has been made. I mean, that's underway. Cal Poly has program. Cal Poly has new staff. So maybe it's something, in a year from now, like let's get an update on what's been done and what's still possible.
Thank you, City Manager Johnson.
I was just going to say, both Margarita and airport area specific plans, state law does allow us to recover those planning fees through a specific plan fee. So we could recover those as cost recovery downstream because there are, unearned benefits to the property owners from those updates. So it doesn't, it can be a loan from the general fund that's paid back in the long term. And so I just want to be clear, if we're talking about those areas versus a full wide general plan update, which is much more expansive and costly in nature. And so if it's the former, then, we can work on those. And Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, we have an application for airport area that's being partially led by the property owners. It's being done in conjunction with the Link project. We're expecting one. So that will be property owner initiated, funded. Margarita, I think we're working with the property owners and whether or not they want to do that out of their own pocket or we pay for it as a city, and then on the back end we recover the dollars from as a part of a planning fee. I think we can explore that and ultimately come back to council.
Thank you. I'm supportive of focusing on the plans as far as Upper Monterey and Margarita. And I'm also supportive of exploring protections for renters. I think the other aspect of this that I would like to see more of is outreach and education. I feel like our education is kind of passive for renters and the tenant protection. And that's the part that I think, again, we can collaborate with other people. We don't have to do it all ourselves, but there are people who go out and educate community members outside of the city of SLO that I have seen, and it's gone pretty well. So I think that when people are, if a city staff person shows up at your door, that's going to be a little scary. But if there are people that are, really here just to share outreach, I think there's an ability to do that. And that would be really helpful because I've heard of many stories, not even just students, that they need to actually get help and they have rights to get help, but they don't know they can, and they're afraid of getting kicked out of their home. I think City Manager Johnson, do you want to reply?
I just want to remind the council, you did fund, I think with the last financial plan, we added a fourth person in code enforcement that is that exact position. So we had hired that position and we saw the great reshuffle take hold and their spouse moved away for education. So the family followed. So I think that position's open right now. We'll be filling that position. So we'll have it. So we haven't realized yet the full potential, I think, of the council's commitment following the repeal of the rental housing inspection program to have a position that was proactively informing, educating, and helping linking, tenants that were feeling or who were struggling with, how to resolve those.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, that was all really good information. Good to know that we actually have that sort of in our plan, but haven't been able to implement it maybe in the robust way that we would have liked to. So in my opinion, that's kind of would be in white on this. It seems like it's an existing thing. Now hearing more a little bit about the need for maybe redoing or reshuffling the Monterey and Margarita plans. I am supportive of that. Sounds like there might be funding to do that as well, or to reimburse for that. And I'm open to the idea of some sort of study session. I know we do have a lot of people that live in substandard housing here in town, and they don't know how to get out of that, and they're fearful of their rents going up if they try to stand up for themselves. So, if they're short of saying let's go forward with a rental inspection program again right now as a work plan item, I think it seems worth kind of exploring what we might be able to do in future financial planning cycles around this topic a little bit more. I do think that our focus needs to be under this housing area of creating opportunities to build more very low, moderate, and missing middle housing, and that's already articulated there. So I think we should stay the course with that as our highest priority.
Agreed. Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Just wanted to add a quick yes, and making sure that we don't forget to talk a little bit about the component of this renter protection that might make up some sort of price increase protection. Again, exploration, but I'm hearing anecdotally. I met with ASI yesterday. Students has her rent going up $1,500 a month starting next month, and it's $8,000 a month for a house with 5 people in it. It's bananas, and several of the roommates now have to move out. And that's one person, but this is an experience that I'm hearing over and over and over again, and it's just not sustainable. So I really want us to make sure that we're, yes, thinking about the conditions. That's super important, but also maybe taking into consideration some of the economic pieces of this as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I hear you. I mean, I spoke to a single mom just yesterday that had the same thing happening. They're going to increase their rent by $500 next month. She has 5 kids and is, has taken on family members' kids, and that's why she has 5 kids. And $500 they just don't have anymore. And so, what do we do? How do we help? And it's a private property, and private property owners get to do what they want with their own private property, and we have to be careful of what we can do as a city. And so I think that is really a tight rope to be on. So thank you. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. I just want to put in a quick plug for Slow Laugh, the San Luis Obispo Legal Assistance Foundation. They've actually hired somebody just to specialize on these kind of housing, rental and eviction situations, and it's free. And it's not just for elder citizens. It used to be, but now they've expanded. And so that's a possible collaboration that we could reach out to that group and see. There's one aspect is like saying, oh, I have my rights and here's my attorney. Then there's a whole nother aspect, which is education. And then there's something, some sort of, to what extent could the city, through our jurisdiction and our authority, bridge the gap there? People are scared to complain against their landlords because we have is it even a 0.5% vacancy? It's maybe even less than that. I mean, housing is scarce here in the city. So thank you. I think that's a great way to go.
Thank you. Good point of bringing up Slow Laugh. Great partner. Okay, Summer, I think we're ready to move forward with the homelessness.
Want me to share the housing first? Sure. So you can see where we're at with that one. So I want to make sure I have this correct. I think we were still keeping the focus on plans, taking out the concept language for areas where we'd like to see more infill and ATC infrastructure. And then really the intention of the renter piece was to conduct a study session to explore the viability of protections for renters. Those feel correct as additive components?
Yes.
Okay, great. So then moving on to the homelessness. One reminder just of those items. We just covered that a moment ago. And the highlighted elements being ones that could be additive to the work plan. I want to gather your thoughts on those.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes, just briefly. The second bullet form, we're talking about effective strategies to reduce chronic homelessness. I'd like to suggest striking the word chronic, because the studies have shown that the people who become homeless, the quicker they can be rehoused or get some kind of case manager or be on a path back to being housed again, the greater the chances that they will not become chronically homeless. The chronically homeless, to me, that's just a narrow subset of the homeless folks. So I think effective strategies to reduce homelessness would be good enough myself. And I'll step back and wait for the others before I speak again. Thank you.
Councilmember Pease?
Thank you. I wanted to expand a little bit on the bullet item there about participating in creating 100+ transitional housing units, the cabin villages, conversion of underutilized commercial space, maybe some other kind of modular supportive housing that actually is a higher density, et cetera. And it just the roots of that is in the county strategic plan, where they talk about having 300 of these units throughout the county. And so I think in order to be a partner in moving that goal forward, and I think it's a good one, and then they have kind of a housing progression over that 5-year strategic plan. So I want it to be on our radar. I don't know what the exact number is, but I think that we could do something more. Is that working with the county for the county to utilize their land and fund us something? Sure, but I want us to be a part of that process, and then how much money we can put to it ourselves. I don't know. I mean, we can't do everything. And it's not our job to do everything. That's part of that partnership. And the county strategic plan doesn't say that everyone for themselves figure out how you're going to do it. But I just want it to be on our radar that it's a lot of units potentially going to be in our city.
Thank you, City Manager Johnson.
Yeah, it'd be helpful to understand from the council if your intention is to try to support, partner, leverage, and go after home key dollars, that's our role versus, taking general fund dollars to be at the table. That'll help us, position our budget. So I really would want to peel back that a little bit more about what is the intent on that. I guess it's that third and fourth highlighted bullets.
An absolutely fair question, and perhaps there is some conversation, or maybe staff is already aware of what the county expectation is going to be, or maybe that's something that over the next 2 months, while we're developing this budget, that we get a better understanding. Because I'm guessing it's going to be mixed. I think there's going to be staff time, like any development project, but I'm guessing that it would also make sense for us to put some general fund dollars into it. So I don't know how much that's that whole trade-off, and white is absolutely appropriately yellow. Yeah. So I don't have an answer on that.
We couldn't quite measure what was expected or what was embedded in that. So understanding that a little more, I will tell you from my conversations with a lot of city managers at the conference is that most counties were able to fund these completely with home key dollars. And they're able to do that on their own. And then the home key dollars provided, the tranche of funding for services. I think it's up for 2 years. The biggest unknown is, what happens in 2 years of the services? That's the unknown part. But everyone realized we have to do something. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. So if that's where council's comfortable with, and then if we strike out on grants, or if we have to come back as a potential funding partner, you can always look to one-time year-end funding or other different reserves and have that conversation at the appropriate time.
Right. And I think the one caveat with that is just expediency. I think that, we need to make sure that piece doesn't totally drag us out for, 2 years before we can get something built and occupied.
And hence why I keep bringing up the $500,000-$600,000 in broadband funding, because I'm quite sure that I need to hear from Greg, we'll know more, but I'm pretty confident we'll get the money for broadband funding from the infrastructure bills, and potentially we could free up that ARPA funding that's there to then use that to help support a population that was particularly impacted.
Okay, great. And then I'm just going through to see if there's anything else that I wanted to comment on. There's a comment there, expand CAT and MCU. Again, I feel like we've kind of maxed out in what we felt like was our pilot program. So I'm not sure that makes sense. And we're still bringing on additional services. So we're maybe not adequately seeing what what's already funded on that one. And then maybe I'll need to hear from others to see if there was something else that we need to like expand efforts to lobby. I'm not sure if that's why that's yellow or if it's just something that we do internally with what we have.
There again, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Pease, we weren't sure what was was the council expecting us to hire a federal and state lobbyist to be more at the, or was this using existing resources to amplify the message that we're already, doing today? So that was the point of discussion.
My intent there was to leverage existing resources and perhaps maybe shift some resources towards that temporarily in order to kind of front load and deal with some of these issues more urgently. So.
Yeah, I had definitely put something similar in the realm of advocacy, not lobby, because lobby makes me think of the lobbyists, and I was not looking for that, but a little bit more of a focus on. I've had people say, well, how would you want us to hold people accountable? So can we give them suggestions, or, what does that look like? So I think it just needs a little bit more of, are we at advocacy days for League of Cities, or, those types of things? And I think the answer is yes. So Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, I would say continue efforts and whatever that looks like. I don't think it's anything that requires more expansive resources like the city manager was asking. I think it means us as council members and staff as needed based on issues that have come up where we can submit letters like we often do based on our legislative platform, or where we can have conversations as council members with other elected officials to make sure that we are continuing to beat the drum on collaboration and expansion of services, both for people who are at risk of being homeless and for people with medical needs that are homeless and for families and others as well. So I would think that one could just continue rather than being yellow. I think leverage our financial investments. I guess I don't understand why that one is yellow either. Maybe it just means, continue with what we're doing, but look for other funding sources to kind of complement and augment what we're doing and partnering with other jurisdictions in the county.
In my mind, that was kind of the question that city manager asked already. Is this home key money or is this our money, right? And so I think if it means that we can use our money to leverage to get more money, just like we do with Haslo currently, or People Self-Help Housing, is there more money? And we've seen there's other organizations like CMFA that maybe we could work with for missing middle housing. So just what are those things that are out there that we can help bring more funding into the community for homelessness?
Got it. Okay. I think that's kind of what we're doing already to a big extent. No? Okay. Well, I'm supportive of Home Key application. I know that City Manager Johnson has talked about that. And I think that is a good opportunity to get our county partners and other jurisdictions involved in a larger project, maybe using Home Key or using that as a model for seeking additional Home Key funds in other jurisdictions. So I would be supportive of that. The next two bullets seem similar to me. Maybe it's because the first one there, continue successful pilot programs and expand with funding from other partner agencies. That was one of mine. I want to continue our pilot programs like CAT and MCU at the level that we are. And if we are going to expand them, I think that it should be with the support and resources of other entities pitching in. Similarly with what happened with our CAT team, we had one CAT team that we were funding, and I believe the second social worker was funded through resources from the county, if I'm not mistaken. I think you mentioned that to me.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Shoresman, you're correct. One of the social workers with our CAT team is funded by the county and one is funded by the city. And then just to be clear, just so you have a full understanding, we also, and I'll look to Deputy City Manager Herman, we've got some social outreach support through CAPSLO that we fund through Downtown SLO, and ambassadors, just to help me.
Sure. We had originally funded that. Downtown SLO now funds that. Our funding goes towards the full ambassador for their programs.
Yeah, so I guess basically my stance is to continue the things that we're doing right now while we work with our local and regional partners to expand things as we see necessary as a region. So for the last bullet on establish a pallet temporary housing campus in the city, I don't know that I'm ready to enthusiastically put that in our work plan right now. If it's something that we're planning to do on our own, if as a county and a region we decide that that's appropriate as a group for the city of SLO, then and we work together on that with those other jurisdictions, then I would be supportive of it. But right now, today, I don't know that that's the best use of our resources. I would want some more analysis and a more regional approach before we took the initiative on that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think we need to spend any more money to lobby county, state, and federal government. But I do think that being really intentional about all that is very important. So I don't think it needs to be stated as part of this goal, but it is something I would urge staff to really continue to sharpen the pencil, as we say. I don't understand. Yeah, it seems to me that with the second and third bullet, we're talking about getting more funding from other partner agencies. And so that shouldn't necessarily cost us that much more, I would think. I think we need to keep doing that. I'm concerned about keeping the MCU level as the one we have right now. I mean, it's Monday through Thursday during the day. Unfortunately, people have mental crises at night and on the weekend and on Fridays as well. And so I think that program does need to be expanded. I'm not sure if we would do it on our own. I would hope to do it, in conjunction with other people. But it's a very difficult job, and part of the frustration is that they can't handle after hours. And in terms of I said establish a pallet temporary housing campus in the city. I can withdraw that one and look at the idea of just adding the pallet temporary housing campus in with the previous bullet point, because I don't know what a cabin village is, but it may be pallet housing, it may be the same thing. And I wouldn't put a numerical aspect into this particular bullet point, but I do think we need more transitional, we need more emergency housing. And that's what I really liked about the pallet operation we saw in Grover, is that they have a time limit so that it is temporary housing. And that's what we really need, is to get people stabilized off the street, and then they can open their eyes a bit and figure out what to do next. So I'm not sure. It's such a vast bullet point. And I'm not sure how to even quantify how much something like that would cost. So I guess it would be partly looking at what kind of options are there out there to do that. But I would really like to get something done in the next 2 years when it comes to this, kind of dealing with the situation. But it seems like no matter what we do, the situation keeps getting worse. And so being able to do some kind of really landmark project that is a visible testimony to the fact that we are doing quite a lot, I think that would be helpful. So I'll stop right there. Yeah, and again, I'd like to lobby to get rid of the word chronic up there on the first one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to see this bullet around transitional housing or pallet shelters or whatever it happens to be. Agree that we could maybe get rid of the number, but just keeping in mind that this is a partnership with the county and other organizations. And hopefully we're kind of pulling on those financial levers, but being a really strong and eager partner in making this happen as quickly as possible. Coming back to the bullet just above, because that was mine, it was probably poorly articulated, but this kind of stemmed out of a conversation around, I know we are short-staffed around our police staff currently. And I know that Chief Scott has expressed an interest in hiring more non-sworn outreach officers. And so perhaps it's not specifically in expanding the CAT, but starting to expand programs that are like that are kind of a different face of policing in the city. And I kind of just inarticulately lumped it all together there. But that's just about, helping the police start to reframe what policing looks like in the city. And that's all.
I was just going to say Appendix B is going to be I'm looking forward to that conversation. I think you're going to see a lot of items that were good ideas 2 years ago that have elements that are going to support this. So, I think just to your point, yeah.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying, Vice Mayor, about chronic homelessness. And I guess you could almost break it into two different aspects, because there's a desire to continue to partner with all of our partners to get more funding and come up with more effective strategies to reduce homelessness, period, reduce or prevent homelessness, period. And there's the chronic homelessness, chronic people who are unhoused, that need different types of strategies. And so I don't know if it needs to be split up into two different things or one. I would say we need to enhance effort to advocate, because in our budget in the last couple of years, at least the last 4 years, that wasn't a focus. We weren't going up to Sacramento on a regular basis and putting input, one, because of COVID, two, just because of our style. So I think, even just going up to Sacramento with us as council members or with staff, it takes money to do that. So that was one of my thoughts around that. And I think we can say continue to leverage, because you're right to a point, Councilmember Schwarzman, we definitely are leveraging our financial investments, and there's more we can do. So I think that's where I was looking at with that. I think those two bullets are relatively the same. And I agree with Vice Mayor Marks around the CAT and the MCU, as well as Councilmember Schwarzman, actually, is that I don't think that should be all out of our funding. I think we've done a lot to lead in CAT and MCU, and now that MCU is not even a year yet, and it's shown a lot of success. So I'm hoping that other people would pick up on that as well, and hopefully maybe the county and the entire region of our county grow the MCU. And I also very much agree that in the evenings and weekends, that's still necessary. So, and in fact, probably more necessary than the daytime. So that is something I would love to see expanded, but not necessarily all our own dollars. And I appreciate, I think pallet temporary housing and cabinet villages are probably relatively similar. And I very much appreciate Councilor Pease about the traditional or transitional housing. We need to do that. We need to be supporters or participating in some way. It does make me nervous around if there's going to be 300 units in the county program, why we're responsible for a third of them. I'm not sure of that. But I do think that some amount would be important. So you can, in a sense, as staff, check a box and go, okay, we finally got something, in a place where we can check it off. But I don't know that number amount without having dollar signs next to it. So I'll leave that to staff to move forward in that realm. So that, I think, is all of the comments. Summer, do you need additional input? All right, we'll see the combined.
Let's do it here. So this one, Okay, so and we'll of course clean this up, but I think the intention around the what was lobbying would be to continue efforts to advocate county staff and federal government for necessary infrastructure and support. And I think what I was hearing was a potentially shifting some resources kind of in the immediate towards additional advocacy.
Can I add with that one? So there's the advocating for additional funding and support, and there's also advocating for accountability, which I think was another aspect of this, at least from me. I don't know if my colleagues agree on that.
So what help me? What would you add here?
So, for example, the county gets funding for mental health and they get funding for social services. And if the state is giving extra funding for that work to the county, that they are holding the county accountable for the money they're giving them for those programs. Because we don't get that money. That goes to the county. Back to the roles and responsibilities of city, county, and additional layers of government.
On this first bullet, though, the continue efforts. This one?
Yeah, because my point of that is we're advocating to the county, hey, can you please expand and do more MCUs or provide more transitional housing or provide more detox or provide more mental health help, et cetera. We're advocating to the state and federal government for additional funding, but we're also advocating for them to hold the county, which is our continuum of care, to actually utilize the funding that they are giving to the county to do the work that it's supposed to do. Does that make sense? Is that okay? Okay. Thank you.
Am I getting the essence of what you're saying here?
Yeah, I don't think so.
You got it?
I think they know.
Great.
Thank you.
Awesome. And then I did a combination of these. So to continue to leverage our own financial investments in homeless services with those of other jurisdictions for regional benefit, and then shifted this up to if expanding those services then for those investments, then leverage additional funding from other partner agencies. This one about the CAT was really taking out the CAT, I think, to say expand MCU with more social workers and non-SWORD outreach officers.
And I don't know that are we really putting outreach officers in that same space? The community service officers? I think that goes in its own realm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that needs to come out of that section. Yeah. And I think I almost would say that's an unhighlighted bullet because it's already in process. Yeah.
And then I think in this, where we had the specific number about the transitional housing, the intention there really is to continue to partner with other agencies for more emergency and transitional housing, conduct a study session on what it would require for the city to provide more of this type of housing and what quantity is appropriate.
I think it's good to start with that, absolutely. And I think I heard the vice mayor and I know myself saying that we'd like to see some actual housing be created, built within these next 2 years, within our 23-25 budget cycle. So I'm seeing council members Francis and Pease shaking their heads as well. Nodding. Good point. Councilmember Schwartzman.
Yeah, just to add to that, I guess I would say, continue to what's the word I'm looking for? Continue the home key application exploration process is, I think, part of this. It's more than just a study session. It's more continue forward with home key and partnering with the county on what is needed across the county and then determining what should be located in each jurisdiction and then supporting those efforts with the regional approach. It's all about the regional approach and making sure that we have enough of the right type of housing throughout the county for all the different types of needs that we have: emergency shelter, transitional shelter, care for people who are medically fragile and homeless, aging homeless. That's a lot, but you don't have to get it perfect.
No, and the key is that we're providing that clarity to staff. So when the staff feels like they've got it, we're good. And I think that actually does incorporate what you just said, Councilmember Shoresman, about the palette component. If we have something about the regional approach, that probably then covers that in there.
Yeah, and I would say as a priority, not that we've been putting this in priority levels, but regional approach is the top priority to me. Vice Mayor Marks?
Well, I want to say that going back to my wish to get rid of the word chronic, we could say preventing homelessness, comma, including chronic homelessness, something like that. So if you want to call it out, that's fine. It's just I'm very concerned about pouring a whole lot of resources toward individuals who have been on the street for a very long time when there's an option to help people who've just landed on the street to maybe get back in housing. Because it's from what I understand, I'm not an expert, but just I've read a lot. The shorter time they have that they're out of housing, the greater the likelihood of success of getting back in it. So,
Vice Mayor Marks, I think when we get, I'll make an adjustment into the goal statement because I think that's really where that chronic homelessness language exists right now. This was just in the potential additive items. So I think that that's where we can make that clarification. Yeah. We ready to move?
Thank you. I believe so.
We are on the final major city goal. And as a reminder, related to climate open space is what it was called at the community forum. You can just a refresher on what was highlighted by staff as being things that would make sense to continue on in this next work plan. And then in priority order, you can see how the community weighed in on that. And then when we captured your pre-work, again, these are not in a priority order, and it is comprehensive of what you had shared. So the non-highlighted items are ones that we see as being really a reiteration of what was on the previous slide or part of what is planned in the work plan. The highlighted two things on there are really elements that would be potentially additive. So I'd like to get your clarity or direction on those.
I don't think the second thing is additive. It's already part of our our climate action plan. City Manager Johnson.
So we if you recall, there was a table in the community forest plan that basically showed our current level of investment. And then if we were to get to the full level of investment to meet the timetable for the goal of planting 10,000 trees, there was going to need to be an incremental expansion of funding. And so that's what we were intending to highlight. And so while I've got the mic, I'll also just share with you what we could help with some clarity on the first one that highlighted. Are we talking about new routes to open space trailheads? Are we talking about increased frequency? We were trying to unpack that. So I don't know who wrote that one, but it'd be helpful just to get some insight about what the outcome that we were looking for.
That one was mine. And I think basically I meant not necessarily putting a huge new work effort into expanding, bus stops at parks and open space or trails to parks and open spaces. It was more of a conceptual as we add parks and open spaces, or as we develop, for example, Rigetti Ranch. Let's make sure that there are bike racks readily accessible at the parks, and that there's safe ways to walk to the park and to get to the trailhead, and that as we build out Froome Ranch, for example, there's going to be a park there. Make sure that it's bikeable and walkable, and that there's a transit stop within, quarter mile, half mile, whatever. And at any of our trailheads, maybe do an assessment of, do we have access? Do we have bike parking at all those spots? Is there a bus stop? So I wasn't anticipating making this a whole new work plan, but just keeping it front of mind as we expand and build and improve our existing park and open space structure, to make sure that we include those elements.
Thank you for that. And so, Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Short, I just share with you two aspects. One, in our specific plans, we do a lot of that work where when we approve development, we look at, walking distance to new development and location of bus stops and bike racks. And we'll certainly take that into consideration as we think about Rigetti Park enhancement to Laguna Lake and in the future Margarita area specific plan. But most specifically, as it relates to mass transit, and just in the interest of time, I'll just try to summarize what I think Matt might say, which is we will have a chance this spring to look at our transit plan. And so that might be the right opportunity to talk about headways, bus stops, policies, and then do some longer term thinking about options to get at what I know all of us want is, greater frequency and probably longer duration of transit.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
So I would just echo that transit piece because we do have plans coming and between the innovative transit and the short range transit plan with RTA and then the parking and access study. So, will that be in the queue for us to be able to put some additional funds into our plan? And I'd say that with some intention because we often have that bright line between the enterprise fund and do we, if we're going to do this housing and reducing the parking, my sense is that maybe it's appropriate to have some that there's a nexus for more innovative investment into transit to really make that successful. So whether or not it needs to be part of the detail here or that is just ongoing, I do want to make that as part of on our radar.
Madam Mayor and Councilman Pease, great question, and I like the framing of it. I would say that there's a few variables at play. One, we have upcoming negotiations with Cal Poly, and we just had a kickoff meeting and trying to reframe it as shared interests and needs. And I think there's some conversations about what students need on campus, that we've had some alignment of those interests. There is nascent conversations about a regional measure to fund transportation. And as your policy advisor, I would strongly recommend when that time comes that we strongly push for the use of those funds to help support transit and regional transit and not try to balkanize it. That was very successful in lots of jurisdictions to make sure we're not just talking about building new roads and expanding roads, but also what are we doing to maximize, and enhance the transit systems that we have. And then the other piece is looking at, that balance of fair share at the fair with the fare box and looking at that. And then what are the equitable ways to make sure that those fare changes don't impact, some of our lower income households. And so I would hold at bay the idea of general fund at this time until such time as you have the full picture and then evaluate, well, where is that gap? Have we exhausted the other pots before we look to that?
Great, thanks. Those are my only comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, my number one priority under this whole area, because we know that the large majority of our greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation, is to implement our Tier 1 active transportation plan. That's number one. Second is enhancing mass transit, as we've been discussing. So anything that's going to jump in front of those two is going to be tough for me to support. But I think, beyond that, I think everything on here is great. In terms of the community forest plan, I remember looking at that recently and the, sort of the baseline of where we're at in terms of funding. And then there was a second tier of kind of a middle of the road. We could add a little, and then there was sort of the Cadillac plan, right? All the things in order to reach our 2035 goal, all the things that we would want to do. And that was going to be the most expensive option, I think, out of the three options. I would be amiable to, the middle of the road version, but not at the stake of probably any of these other things. So I hate to say it. I do love the 10,000 Trees program. I think it's amazing. I think if we could get other funding and resources and our partners who have already been great about helping us implement that, planting the trees themselves, EcoSlow, Rotary, some of the others, to kind of help defray our costs of that. I know there is some staff needed. The bigger the program gets, the more we need staff to support it. So I'm somewhat supportive of going to the second level, but probably not the full level, because I'd rather spend that money on our active transportation plan and our parks implementation as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
Sorry, I forgot one that we had a specific ask from City Farm for some support services. And it seems that that's potentially part of core services. It's a property that we own and we maintain our properties, just like we don't have to patch the roof or whatever. And I'm supportive of staff being able to work with City Farm to do the maintenance required. Is that enough, or do we need to add that to the work program?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Pease, if that's something that the council would like, what we saw was a request for kind of a CIP project for some fencing. If there's consensus, then we'll look to the CIP. So, some of these items that we've highlighted are just going to be adjustments to our CIP, and you guys will see ultimately where the line falls. And I can tell you right now that line is going to currently with the budget is going to disappoint folks. And so as we add new things, there'll be things that, you expect constituencies to show up and say, wait a minute, I thought this was funded. And so these new items have now superseded. So I just want to caution you that as we do add those items, that's going to be the ripple effect. So
right. And I think that's totally appropriate, that the evaluation of our CIP, I mean, we can put projects onto the CIP, evaluate that priority collectively, because storm management, et cetera, are likely will, but then at least we can have a realistic time frame for the community to know, like, it's not that we don't love and think this project is important, but we have these other things that are higher, and so that's just the timeline that we're on. So I'd be interested, at least putting that on our shared radar, as since we do own that property. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the first highlighted bullet there. Instead of saying mass transit, what I would suggest is to say ensure or support sustainable and accessible transportation for all ages and abilities to all parks and open space. Because it shouldn't just be buses, and it shouldn't just be bikes, and it shouldn't just be pedestrians. There are all kinds of other supportive means of transportation that are out there. So I just like to broaden that one. In terms of City Farm, I have to disclose that my husband is the chair of the board of City Farm. He's been an unpaid volunteer for 12 years now. And I don't think that his position there would prejudice me unduly in terms of supporting the idea or the proposal to upgrade the creek maintenance and fencing and safety and security of City Farm area. It is city property. It's owned by the city. And right now, especially with the flood, Profumo Creek just about wiped them out, but it didn't. Pretty cool, but it didn't. It was pretty close. And the other thing is that there have been a number of encampments. In fact, there's a brand new one now right there. And then there's been a lot of vandalism, and I don't know if that's connected or not. But having a more secure facility would really allow their educational programs to go forward in a positive way. In terms of I'd like to, with the trees, say continue to work with community groups to implement the community forest plan, including the planting of 10,000 trees by the year 2035. The deal is that, and Matt Ritter isn't here, but he will tell you that trees have a life, just like animals and human beings and everything else. So we need to plant a certain number of trees and certain species of trees every year. It's not like in the next 2 years we're going to plant 8,000 trees. If we did, that would be counterproductive because they'd all die at the same time. So what we need between now and 2035, what we need is to have a continuous, ongoing program of tree planting. And there's a lot of community support for this. Now we have our volunteer coordinator coming on board. Hopefully we can get a lot of community help. People, this is a real feel-good thing. The cost comes from the ranger involvement with initial watering of the trees and also actually helping dig the holes because our adobe soil is like concrete when it's dry, right? So, there would be costs involved, but the trees themselves and then keeping them going for the first 3 years is something I know Rotary is involved with, but EcoSlow, lots of other groups too. So that's all I have on that. It looks good.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I would just like to second Councilmember Shorsman's priority list of really focusing on our Tier 1 projects and then followed by expansion of our mass transit. The other two highlighted items, it feels like maybe we've put those into existing structures or maybe partnerships where we can find funding elsewhere. And so I feel comfortable just saying those other two are the most important things that I really want to make sure that we're focused on. That's all.
Thank you. I hear what everyone is saying about the trees, and I'm good with the middle cost of maybe not going to the Cadillac level, but not completely saying, well, we'll see when we get there eventually. And then as far as the mass transit, I think access to the parks and open space is what we're looking for. And I don't think we have, I don't personally have enough information to say what that looks like in our actual buses yet. I feel like there are a lot of buses that are already in process, but if everyone has access only to tot lots, then what good is that, right? So trying to make sure we're using that as we talk about our development, but I think those were already part of the process of the plans. So not sure that we need to actually highlight that separately. But access and accessibility is kind of the name of the game for us.
Thank you. These are getting messier as we go. I hope you can appreciate that. So it looks like the sentiment here is to look at the transit plan that's coming in spring of 2023, determine if adjustments are needed. But the idea here is to support transit support to all ages and abilities to all parks and open space. That's the kind of clarity of action. No.
Councilmember Pease?
I think I just had it more general that we're trying to get access to everything, transit, to housing, as well as, parks, open space, retail. I mean, just more transit. But maybe doesn't reflect the specific goal. Because I think that what I was hearing from city manager is that access to park and open space is kind of already on our radar as we evaluate projects. And in general, we'd like to make sure that we can keep bumping up transit as feasible.
Yeah, and for me, I think sustainable transportation as one of the main parts of this major city goal is the aspect of this that matters to me, whether it's to get to work or to get to the park. It's really of, can we eventually expand our hours, expand our frequency, and that will be, I think, looked at during the transit plan.
Thank you. The clarification, I think, on the trees was to continue to work with community groups on continuous planting toward the goal of 10,000 trees by the year 2035. I also did want to highlight that earlier it had come up from City Manager Johnson about conduct the study session to consider options for funding creek maintenance and flood preparedness. I think we were saying that would probably fit in this area. And then I just noted here this intention of really the focus on tier 1 projects and then focus on mass transit. These other areas see as important, but would come in a lower priority than those first two.
I'm comfortable with that. And I think there were quite a few people who commented about emergency preparedness and response during our community forum. So I think the creek maintenance and flood preparedness really reflects what our community said as well. Okay.
So at this time, you can look at the draft. I think our goal today was to really hopefully have you adopt some new draft goal statements for the major city goals. And then this clarity of direction on the items, net new items, would be that staff take that clarity and then determine what are potential trade-offs or what does that look like as they develop the financial plan. So we can look at those now, or you can wait for the next item and public comment and then look at those drafts.
Well, I'm going to say we're going to do a 5-minute break and then we'll come back.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for the break. We're going to go ahead and get back to Summer, and then we'll do public comment. So I just want to let everyone in the room know, if you have not turned in your yellow slip, then you can turn in your public comment at this time. So Summer, we'll go ahead and turn it back to you.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to highlight for you just the draft fiscal year 23-25 goal statements. At this moment, we're not asking you to adopt these officially, but wanted you to have a moment to digest them, to be thinking about it as we move into the next part of the agenda. So this is taken into account the robust conversation you've had today, and removing all the highlighting and the red and all that stuff so you can see it in one place. So it appeared that we were moving in the direction of 4 major city goals. The first one having the cultural vitality component incorporated into it, the diversity, equity, and inclusion, recombining or combining, keeping it as it is currently, housing and homelessness. There was a Vice Mayor Marks on the a final edit from earlier this morning to have that ending piece be including advocacy to prevent and reduce homelessness and chronic homelessness. And then climate action, open space, sustainable transportation, all the edits that you discussed in there. Happy to answer any questions, or if you need to clarify anything before we.
On the first one, I didn't think, and maybe I just heard everyone differently, that we were trying to create fiscally responsible and sustainable city operations. I thought we were, I can't think of a word right now, but enacting what we're doing, continuing, I guess. I wouldn't say that we had to create a new fiscal health response plan, et cetera.
Right, no fair.
Anything else from my colleagues? Okay.
Maybe ensure.
Sure, that sounds good. Councilmember Pease.
So process. So when you say you don't have to vote on this, do you mean we don't have to vote on it this moment because we're taking public comment, but we are voting on it today?
You got it. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to see what it says. Sorry. Is that okay now?
That makes sense? You want to deliberate later, or you have questions before we go to the public comment and deliberation?
Well, I find myself in that situation that, we talked about during the process, like, when do we get a chance to like wordsmith and marinate and noodle? And, our goal is like, okay, let's get these things done. And, are they close enough? Okay, yeah. I mean, if we need to vote on them, but I think that like somehow things got long, right? And it may not exactly be right. So I don't know if we vote on them conceptually today and move on, and that there's a chance to kind of just like there's some kind of wording in there if we meet the intent but need to do some little minor edits later or bring it back. Or not that I want to drag this out, but I don't want to be wordsmithing right here either, right? I mean, I think we need to move on, but if they're not perfect, what do we do?
Great question. And so, Madam Mayor, Council Pease, I want to just say that I think if you feel like the essence is here, great. If there's things that are missing, let us know. The wordsmithing, not terribly important unless you think you're going to wordsmith them in a way that's going to substantively expand or narrow the scope. So that would be the guidance I'd give you.
Okay.
And so, because ultimately these will come back in the work program and the major city goals. And if you wanted to make slight tweaks, then you could. But just know that literally on Tuesday, we've got an all hands meeting to go through this language and give out assignments to folks and say, okay, you've got a month to put together budgets and work programs. And so that's why we're trying to land the plane today.
Yeah. Okay. So essence is really what we're focused on. Okay. I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
On the first one, I would just like to add arts and culture into the body of it as well as in the title. So maybe inclusive and vibrant community, and I don't know exactly where to put it, but I think having arts and culture in in the body of it is important. So not just cultural vitality, because we don't necessarily know what that means. On the climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation, I'm concerned that we're not talking about preservation of open space in the body of the goal itself. So it's a preservation of an equitable access to parks and open space. Preservation of open space and equitable access to parks and open space. I'd say preservation and
Yeah.
I don't think parks.
No, I think when you had it just a few moments ago with preservation of open space and equitable access to parks and open space works.
Yeah, it's a little bit repetitious, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Let me just see.
Could you zoom that in just a teeny-ish bit?
The open space, the housing and open space. Housing and open space. I think it looks good. Let me just see. Yeah, I would say to reduce homeless, including chronic homelessness. Okay. Oh, too many includings. All right. Okay. 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 I think it looks okay with me at this point. Thank you.
Councilmember Shores.
I think they were great as is. We've added a couple words for clarity if it makes it more clear to people, but I thought they were fine as is. So I say let's go.
Councilmember Francis.
I'm also happy with where they are. I just had a quick question on the addition of the support arts and culture in that first one. We had initially removed it because it was sort of part of the longer list of things. And just before we leave it behind, are we at risk of picking out one and leaving the rest out? Are we happy with adding it back in because it's such an important component of the title? Just wanted to open the conversation one more time before we leave it.
I hear you. And I think if we're going to have cultural vitality in the title, it makes sense to have it in the body of the goal. And I also didn't feel it was necessary in the first place. So there you have it.
Yeah, because we also, cut out supporting local businesses and local workforce. And so I just, which ones we're highlighting and which ones we're cutting there.
City Manager Johnson.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make one observation before you unleash on the first one. Whether or not you want to add in the second sentence and vibrant downtown and community. We don't have downtown, and I know that was a theme that came up a lot. And so just want to raise that point for the council, whether or not that's a necessary focus point.
That's a great point, especially when we talk about the vacancies, commercial vacancies. It's usually in reference to downtown. So I'd be okay if we said downtown and Councilmember Shorsman.
I feel like that all of our work plan items that focus on downtown. I mean, I could honestly go either way. I know that downtown has been in the key language before. So it's not a huge deal to add it in, but I feel like this is more inclusive language. To leave it out sounds like leave it out, but I don't think that we're doing that at all. I think so many of our items and so many of our ongoing processes and programs relate so specifically to the heart of our city, the downtown, that I don't think it's necessary, but I will, I'll stand down with based on what others say too.
Thank you. And I was also noticing with the last one, the climate action open space, we say increase resiliency through the CAP. Then we go back again, third line, and say, and become more resilient. Could we just get rid of the and become more resilient and say with a focus on, I know we don't want to wordsmith, but I feel like when we're duplicating efforts in the same goal, just, yeah. Did you have something, City Manager? Okay. All right, so you ready to move to public comment? Oh. Or do you have anything else for this moment? Okay, thank you so much, Summer. City Clerk, do we have comment, public comment?
Yes, we have 3 speakers, Julian, Ethan Gutterman, and Leah Brooks.
Thank you.
Is this good? This works. Okay. Hi, my name's Julian. Sorry. Hi, my name's Julian. I am co-chair of DSA SLO, which stands for Democratic Socialists of America, San Luis Obispo. I'm also co-chair of, I said I was co-chair of DSA SLO, correct? I'm also co-chair of our Housing Justice Committee. It was really exciting to hear the support for renters here among the council today. And I wanted to talk for a second about renters' rights. The longest running Housing Justice Committee project is our Renters Know Your Rights campaign, which runs once a month. Most years it's March to October. And it's a canvas where we go around and we have a flyer that we developed with help from our friends at SLOLAF that just has a list of renters' rights. And we pass those out. And in 2022, we passed out well over 1,000 flyers, and I think about as many the year before as well. And when you're knocking on doors in SLO and talking to renters, the picture is it is a little bit scary because you ask, we show up at the door and we say, "Hey, here's a flyer with your rights on it. Is everything going okay?" And we hear a lot of, "Yeah, things are fine." And then you sort of push a little bit. You go, "Well, what about this? What about XYZ thing?" And they go, "Oh, now that you mention it." And the major trend for 2022 was rent increases, and we're hearing about we're talking enormous amounts of money, like really scary amounts of money. So there was some talk of ways that the city could help renters. And one of the big things is rent control ordinance would go a really long way. They just passed something in Fairfax that would be it would be a really big deal for SLO. There was also some talk of doing a sorry, a little bit lost there. People are worried about retaliation, and the city does have great resources, but there's a lot of laws about retaliation, and people need to know what those laws are. So if there's some marketing the city could do of the city's resources around renters' rights, and SLOLAF does that too, I will say thank you. And
thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I want to start that in the first city goal about economic vitality, there was no disaster preparation in that city goal, which I think is a pretty gross oversight considering what we just went through. I think including something about disaster preparation in both the last city goal about in the environment and also in economic vitality and sustainability would be a wise decision. And I would also want to advocate for maintaining the separation that you all decided about before, which I think you might went back on, is separating housing and homelessness. I think when it comes to the city project plans, it's going to be really jumbled and kind of overwhelming for city staff to put so much resources into one action plan versus having one about housing, maybe calling it equitable housing, not to just be like housing, and then something about homelessness. Like I think you guys use y'all use the words of preventing homelessness or homelessness outreach, something like that. I think that'd be a better decision to avoid staff overload and clarity in plans. I've never heard the term stroll and roll, and I'm going to remember that one. And I really applaud connecting that and also the city's goals of avoiding parking minimums and requirements in building. The outdoor parking lots that we have in Slow City, it's a lot of wasted space, and every parking space is one less person in a housing unit. It's really that simple. If you're going to waste land on a parking lot, that's land that's not being used for housing. And yeah, on the same note of housing, I think Councilmember Marks' notions of increasing the proliferation of tenants unions is a great idea. But as a Cal Poly student, I got enough on my plate. I definitely don't have time to be a tenants union agitator. But I think the city being the tenants union agitator would be awesome. Creating workshops on how to run a tenants union, start a tenants union, working with landlords themselves to be like, hey, in a government, you have there's citizen groups and there's governments. Why can that same relationship not be existing between tenants? I think also with Councilmember Marks about the mobile crisis units, people have problems after hours and on the weekends. If anything, probably have more problems at night and on the weekends. So I think kind of going back to what the calls were during the uprisings in 2020, a little refunding of police budgets. I think might have been you, Councilmember Francis, about non-sworn-in slow PD. So they are employed by PD, but they are non-sworn officers. Maybe not wearing the same uniform, just so there's a clear delineation between this is a armed police officer and a non-armed resource officer. I don't know, whatever the term would be. Making that delineation clear, but keeping it within the slow PD, I think would be a good way to reallocate funds. And I was a congressional intern in Washington, D.C. Last semester or last quarter. And something that I observed in my office was when local officials came to hire, the term is hire offices, but has a weird delineation, that very different roles, but local politicians coming to hire offices has a really big impact to elected officials. Staff to staff communication is one thing, but there's this weird respect that they have for other elected officials. So I think your idea, Mayor Stewart, of really going to Sacramento is a great idea. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Leah Brooks. I am Vice Chair of the Active Transportation Committee. Our Chair, Russell Mills, was here this morning. We support the CIP list and approved work plans in your proposal here. While the ATC's focus, the Active Transportation Plan, we provided comments on the Climate Action Plan and the Recreation Plan. They're intertwined, so we're all one big happy family. Tier 1 projects are just really important, as has been mentioned here many times, and they're already transforming the look of our city. The fact that people can now get around more easily without a car, I think they're already making a difference. We're really excited about the North Churro Greenway and the South Higuera Complete Streets project that will be underway this year. And we just really want to thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other commenters?
No, there are not.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll move back to Summer. And would you like to put the city goals back up or potential goals back up? Thank you. Well, to my colleagues, are there other questions or changes? Or are you ready to move forward? Councilmember Pease.
I don't have any other changes, and I would move approval of the draft city goals.
Thank you, Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I want to second. And I also just want to thank, we've already thanked the staff. I'll thank the staff again for being here today and putting in their Saturday, as well as a special thank you to the community members that have powered through this 6-hour meeting here with us. and stayed to make such valuable public comment. I appreciate all the comments that were made too.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else, so we'll move forward to roll call.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and I want to echo Councilmember Shorsman's comments of a big thanks for 6 hours hanging out here with us for staff and for public commenters and public writers in to these major city goals. So motion passes 5-0, and thank you. Thank you, Summer. So now we'll move forward to our previously continued budget meeting from Tuesday, February 7th. And to City Clerk, will you be putting on the budget? Oh, no. Mr. Boschman, thank you. Hold on one second. And then, so we were looking at the one-time funds at the last meeting, and we wanted to wait until this meeting to make sure that we were all kind of on the same page with major city goals and in theory overall work plans. So we didn't want to commit dollars until we had a better feel for that. So that's why we're coming back to this tabled meeting or continued meeting, and we'll move forward. City Manager.
So thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So this list, I think, from my perspective, largely looks at, I think, items that support the goals that you just worked on. So whether it's support for arts and culture and community partner support, support for DEI, efforts and investments in sustain and in our climate action plan, homelessness. We've got our DEI grant programs. We've got funding for in public works related to some other efforts. One of the examples you may look at is the supplemental street and parklet sweeping. Well, that's because we've added bike paths and new separated bike paths, and we've added new neighborhoods and housing. And so we want to provide those areas that additional service as well. So on its face, you may be going, well, what does this have to do with our major city goals? They do enhance those, and then in other areas. So for example, motion funding, that funding in particular is to help us make progress on the audit findings that you heard about last month. So I just wanted to give you that context before you dove into any particular questions, and we've got the full department head team who can answer some questions should they arise.
Great. Thank you very much for that context and the overview. Mr. Poshman, do you have anything else you'd like to add? No. Okay. Thank you. All right. Vice Mayor Marks.
Yes. As an advocate for the Integrated Waste Management Authority, I want to know why we need $40,000 more for trash services. Are we generating more trash, or what are we doing?
So, I believe with the 1921 financial plan, we augmented the trash services that we provide to the parks. And so before we were only collecting trash in the park system. With this augmentation, we're picking up trash and recycling, so we bifurcated that. And so we're also doing that. We're also trash cans in the downtown, as well, and cleaning up things more. So that's how the money is going.
Okay, I believe in the parks you're also going to need to have a green bin for organic waste. SB 1383.
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council Member Marks. We're going to be implementing that with our IWMA partners. So this funding is critical to help support that. And I think the answer to the question is yes, there's more trash being dumped in the parks. And that's unfortunate. We see that on the side of the roads. We see that through our community. And so that was one of the issues during the pandemic is, and thankfully a lot of people were using more open space in park, but with that use came a lot more need for services.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
So if I'm not mistaken, all these items, and a bunch more were one-time funding. And now are we proposing to make them one-time funding again? Or are we proposing to make them ongoing? Is it the latter?
It's the latter. I think that's the policy question for the council, because we've planned and operationalized these, assuming they're one time. And so if they're going to be ongoing, let's say, for example, the DEI grants, if we're going to put those out for RFPs and look at proposals, then that process needs to start soon if we're going to award during the summertime. And so that's why we're looking for clarity. I would say in the case of the staff positions, and this was a comment made yesterday during some of the panel discussions, given the labor environment, contract positions, you're not going to get the best candidates. If you want really good candidates, you need to provide some sort of assurity that there's going to be a future in the position of future. So if these positions look like ones that you think are going to be ongoing, which from my perspective, they are ongoing needs, then we should make the commitment.
I guess I asked that question just because we just had a conversation about a lot of areas where we wanted to maintain funding, but we didn't necessarily want to increase. And these are all really wonderful things. It's really hard to say no to any of these things. But in areas, for example, housing and homelessness major city goal, providing $63,000 more for expansion of 40 Prado beds. I guess I'm just thinking in my head, we just said for a lot of the homelessness things, we wanted to continue to fund them at the level that we were funding them at, and hope that other partners and, use other resources, try to leverage other resources. So, do we want to do we want to commit more, even though we've just kind of had a conversation about not wanting to commit more to a lot of things, and try to bring along partner support? Sort of a bigger question than just one line item, but that's just came to mind.
Yeah, that's a great question, I think, for the whole council. And I also think there's this aspect of we've been asked by the county to show where our skin in the game is. And I think this is an example of one of those above and beyond skin in the game. Not saying it has to continue. I'm just saying this is one of those examples. City manager, did you have a comment?
What I want to the way we've reintroduced them this way is I don't want to find us being surprised come June 30th, with the question of why is the capacity at 40 Prado going down on July 1? Yeah, and so that's what I'm trying to, and council could signal today that we don't want to provide that money and we want to, encourage a partnership with the county or the county to pick it up. If that isn't successful, we'll be at a tough spot come July 1, 2023.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwarzman, are you?
I pushed the wrong button again. It's going to take a while. There was just one other, and our public commenters left on this topic, but I just wanted to confirm in the last line item there, number 29, I think, in the list, under police for contract field service technician positions. Are those the non-sworn officers or staff that we've been talking about to kind of try and fill that gap and create other positions that are not necessarily carrying a gun and wearing the same uniform, sort of a lower level of, for lack of a better term, than a police officer?
Yeah.
Different.
Yeah, I'll start off. I think we've heard loud and clear that staff, the council, and the community would like us to explore non-sworn alternatives for meeting our public safety needs, and so I'll let the chief come up and talk about those positions. They are aligned with the direction that we have been going and continue to want to go.
Thank you, City Manager Johnson, Mayor and Council. And yes, these. So we've actually had a name change with this group too. So you may see references to field service technician. Now we're calling them community service officers. That's more in line with what our vision is, and I think the community's expectations of this role. So it is non-sworn people. The goal is to have more personal contact, especially in our downtown core, so that we're having a personalized police service, handling lower level maintenance type, quality of life type offenses that we regularly see, smoking, drinking, those kind of things. So it is a non-sworn position, ideally to have a different type of approach. And in the other side of this, it frees up our sworn officers to go handle those crisis type in progress calls.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwarzy? Okay. Councilmember Pease?
Thank you. I appreciated having this extra time to be able to do the work that we've had today and then be able to revisit this list. And after seeing kind of the direction that we'd like to go, I would be ready to move this, the one-time allocations on this list to ongoing, recognizing that there's always flexibility as the as staff develops the work plan going forward.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marks?
I'd like to second that. And I also want to say that these contract positions are really vital to implementing a lot of the major city goals that we've talked about. The sustainability and natural resources analyst has been given invaluable service, and we darn well need that volunteer coordinator. So, I appreciate all this. And I also appreciate the fact that we're going to be given the opportunity in April, as I understand it, to really look comprehensively with more projected dollar amounts, so we can talk about trade-offs at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. So when it comes time, we've got a motion that'll be from Councilmember Pease and a second from Vice Mayor Marks. We'll go ahead and finish deliberation. Council, you're not. Okay, Councilmember Shoresman.
Just want to clarify. So I think at the last meeting, we talked about, yes, we wanted to move these forward so that we could look at them after having the goal discussion that we just did. And then I seem to remember there was discussion that this all, if we approved all these, they would come forward sort of as a placeholder. And then that's when we would have the discussion about trade-offs potentially. So these might be part of a trade-off discussion later. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah, great question. So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Shoresman, we would bring back subsequent to this a resolution to amend the budget on an ongoing basis. And then I would say that, I think I made a comment last time, is that I believe in, if not a last in, first out kind of approach, but to make your budgeting decisions on your priorities and the policies we have. And so during the April deliberations and staff brings forward trade-offs, you may say, well, in the scheme of things, something on this list, should be backed out or something else. But we're just trying to build the budget and try to, I would say, eliminate as much budget ambiguity moving into it, so there's not so many moving pieces by the time it comes forward. It seems overly chaotic.
Thank you.
Thank you. And can you remind me what the line 25, the plant material and supplies for park beautification gardener is?
Yeah, so we have made a concerted effort to do a lot of activation in our downtown. You may have seen a lot of the parking areas, the Mission Plaza, which the landscaping hadn't been touched for quite some time, little parklets. Chang Park will soon be updated. But the idea is for our beautification gardener to have some plant supplies and materials to actually do some of the work. So we budgeted the position, but we didn't budget some of the tools and supplies that they need to get the job done.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shoresman?
Yeah, one last question. I'm sorry, I just saw it again. Line 22 and 26 both refer to trash and recycling. And I think earlier you were talking about increased trash recycling, line number 26. So are we really doing, let's see, $165,000 worth of increased trash and recycling, or are those in two different spaces? Or?
Well,
sorry, they're two different line items really coupled together. So in the park system, we're doing trash and recycling. Additionally, we have one staff member who does all the trash pickup for us. We've needed to augment with contract services for someone to come in and haul as well. So hitting all the parks with different trucks with 2 cans per park, it added up. So we needed to bring more people in to do that.
So would those be eventually combined into one, or are they still going to remain as 2 separate?
They
Hmm?
um,
100% sure, but the 40 may be the bill to the trash company.
Oh, okay. I got it. Thank you.
Okay. And I just wanted to add that I appreciate bringing this forward to the ongoing, especially the 25% expansion of 40 Prado. If nothing else, January definitely showed us how we need that extra space for people who are experiencing homelessness. And really, I think there'll be even more that's needed from our regional partners going forward. So I don't think this will be the end of it. Hopefully it's the end of it from our budget, but we'll see. And then also really appreciate that we're keeping the volunteer coordinator and the homelessness coordinator and the, oh gosh, where did it go? The housing and homelessness assistant. I think those positions are vital to help us keep moving forward, as well as the motion subject matter expert, so that we can have all of our ducks in a row. So thank you very much for being all on board with this. And we have a motion from Councilmember Pease and a second from Vice Mayor Marks. I don't see any other comments. So City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Well, at this point, shockingly, we are done after 6 hours. Thank you so much for everyone's time and for being here. And thank you for getting through each of these items. Not as many commas and semicolons as last time. So thank you, Summer. And I look forward to the conversations in April when we pull these work plans and dollars together to actually have these conversations. And going from there, we'll see you all on the 15th if you wish to have a comment on the special council meeting for closed session, or we'll see you on the 21st here at 5:30. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.